coming fast. Come.
I shine brighter than you. I can't be your trophy girl, 'cause I'm a drama girl. I dance to my own beat. You don't rule my world. I see you looking at me when I walk into the room. Want me to be your trophy 'cause I shine brighter than you. I can't be your trophy girl, 'cause I'm a drama girl. I dance to my own beat. You don't rule my world.
I hear them coming now. You know what's going down. I hear them coming now. You know what's going down. I hear them coming now. You know what's going down. I hear them coming now. what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
You coulda had it all. You coulda had it all. All of my good stuff, all of my kisses were yours. But baby, don't call. I'm done praying on you. A queen like me needs more from you. Hot girl summer, done waiting on you. Where my queens at? And I appreciate that. Where my queens at? I'm done waiting on you. I'm done waiting on you. Don't care if you judge me. Don't need you to love me. I dance on my own. I don't care if they watch me. You coulda had it all. You coulda had it all. You coulda had it all, but you didn't come right. You didn't come right. Now you wanna go and call me. I'm done praying on you. A queen like me needs more from you. Hot girl summer, done waiting on you. Where my queens at? And I appreciate that. Where my queens at? I'm done waiting on you. I'm done waiting on you.
This is the part where you hit the hideout. This is the part where you start to vibe out. Yeah. Vibe out with me, you know. Vibe out. Yo, I'm trying to chill, I ain't trying to wild out. Something I can feel, turn it up and vibe out. Yeah. Vibe out with me, man. Vibe out. Take your time, man. This is the part where you hit the hideout. This is the part where you start to vibe out. Vibe out with me. Vibe out. Yeah. Yo, I'm trying to chill, I ain't trying to wild out. Something I can feel, turn it up and vibe out. Vibe out with me. Yeah. Vibe out. Let the smoke go up in the air, ride low, take it slow, no cares, ride. Let the smoke go up in the air, ride low, take it slow, no cares, ride.
saying? Real life. Yeah. You say you feeling me, you say you mad at me. You type your life away, ayy, what a tragedy. But can you make it right when you go offline? Can you make it right when you go offline? They watching, everybody watching, everybody wild, everybody got options. Stop it. Can you make it right when you go offline? Can you make it right when you go offline? Wanna get by, wanna log on, wanna play those tricks. Cause you ain't got no life and you ain't got no prospects. Let me guess you know it all. Your taste excellent. Face that, put your lips all on my testament. Take that, see in the real world we don't play that kid. We keep our mouth shut and stay up out of grown folks' biz. And what blows me is everybody a critic, everybody a cynic, see everybody a addict. You can miss me with that, sir. My people come to your psyche. I won't ever reply to haters, but watch what you typing. I could be your greatest love of all and hashtag that. And I'm twice the pimpin' when I step back from my mag. See, y'all get that digital courage and just go crazy on her. But that's okay. Pull up, like Angel say, see me in real life. You say you feeling me, you say you mad at me. You type your life away, ayy, what a tragedy. But can you make it right when you go offline? Can you make it right when you go offline? They watching, everybody wild, everybody got options. So, can you make it right when you go offline? Can you make it right when you go offline?
Can you make it right when you always online? How can you make it right when you be talking all the time? You always talking. Fingers move so fast when you be mad. Think it's all about lacking. Hit that space bar, it ain't no jagging. Wanna be the first to unleash the dragon. Rolling up while you be typing slick. That's how much I give a damn. I don't sit online talking to myself on my Instagram. Speaking tongues, keys, and hugs. Frequent animosity. Possibility of your progression and atrocity. All your tweets are dripping, grit and tricks, but you behind the screen can actually extract a bit of passion that you really need. Silly me, I'm tripping. Boy, I got you fishing, typing everything in caps and acting like you on a mission. I'm sitting here rugged in my diction, sipping on this chamomile and hitting my prescription. Watching people battle back and forth upon my timeline like Olympians. My fingers like buckshots to these villains, they children.
You say you feeling me, you say you mad at me. You type your life away, ayy, what a tragedy. But can you make it right when you go offline? Can you make it right when you go offline? They watching, everybody wild, everybody got options. Stop it. Can you make it right when you go offline? Can you make it right when you go offline?
Rock with me, all my girls with me. Rock with me, all my girls with me. Rock with me, all my girls with me. All my girls want to rock with me, I'm a savage. All my girls want to see if they want it, they can have it. I ain't even till I get the baggy. Rock with me, all my girls with me. All my girls want to rock with me, I'm a savage. All my girls want to see if they want it, they can have it. I ain't even till I get the baggy. Rock with me, all my girls with me. Rock with me, all my girls with me.
attention. Tell, please, preacher, I'm sorry for sinning. But that's none of his fucking business, no. I'm about to go crazy if I don't get back to my baby. The night is young, I don't feel the same. My mind is racing, it's running away. You got it, I want it, I need it, I'm coming. I really need it. I've been thinking about it, I've been dreaming about it. Now I'm feeling for it, I need a needle for it. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. I really need it. Her skin, my hands, her clothes, that order. Whoa, I'm about to go crazy if I don't get back to my baby. The night is young, I don't feel the same. My mind is racing, it's running away. You got it, I want it, I need it, I'm coming. I really need it. I've been thinking about it, I've been dreaming about it. Now I'm feeling for it, I need the needle for it. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. I really need it. Can we have a fairy tale ending? I need to know what I gotta mention. Tell, please, preacher, I'm sorry for sinning. But that's none of his fucking business, no. You know that I'm about to go crazy, right? If I don't get back to my Hey, ooh. Hey, you got it, I want it, I need it, I'm coming. I really need it. I've been thinking about it, I've been dreaming about it. Now I'm bleeding for it, I need a needle for it. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Yeah, come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah, cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money. Yeah. Come on. Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sit. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. Haha. Never have to worry if I have enough dough. Fashion show out in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on the yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. Bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the GLL Masters Spring on set, and your boy Gaskin back again to bring you day 2 of the European semi-finals. We'll be deciding who is going to be going through basically to the grand finals. We've got 2 lobbies running simultaneously at the moment. We had a great day of action yesterday, Dan. How are you feeling, mate? You've had a busy day today.
I have. I'm glad that the camera's gone off because half my face starts drooping when I talk sometimes because of the dentist. But you know, we press on because we've got 6 games of Apex ahead of us, as you can see with all the start times there. So we should be wrapped up by around 11 p.m.-ish CEST. So a nice quick-ish broadcast with 6 games that are going to be heavily contested for people trying to get into that top 10 to get to the grand final.
Now, speaking of the grand final, this is what everyone's playing for, of course. $100,000 the total prize pool for the GLL Masters Spring. 15K going to first place in Europe. And then you can see the point system on the right-hand side as well. Classic ALGS point system. First is going to net you 12 points, and you can see all of them going down to 16th to 20th, where you get 0. And then, of course, 1 point per kill, which is very, very important in a lobby like this, where we're looking at those top 10 teams to go through from each semi-final to our final. Now, some of the teams that performed very well yesterday, looking at the back end of the games that we had, game 5 and 6 won by New Esports, which really propelled them up the table. But the lobby that we're currently tracking at the moment, Dan, you have to say that it's very, very close. That top 10 spot, especially 10th place, has got a few teams which are certainly breathing down the neck.
Yeah, Scars Europe taking the 10th spot that everyone's going to be searching for and trying to catch up with them. They had a rocky start as well yesterday, so they'll be pretty happy that they were able to at least jump into that top 10, but certainly a lot of teams breathing down their neck and some teams who have had a decent amount of kills. When you look at NCD, 20 kills they've had, and they are still in the bottom 10. They just haven't been able to get those placement points, which is slightly different, of course, compared to the team right above them, which I'm going to go with Metallo Combat, as we went with yesterday. They've had a bit more placement points, but they, of course, will be trying to creep into that top 10 as well. A few teams did struggle yesterday, most notably Na'Vi. We expected a little bit better from them. They've been able to get a lot of placement points, but just haven't really been able to find the KP.
Yeah, we should note that Na'Vi were contested twice off drop yesterday, and unfortunately things didn't go their way. So there are a couple of games where they didn't really have the opportunity to get some points on the board. That was game 1 and 2, and then they started to pick it up a little bit. But just look how close it is. I mean, Scars Europe currently on 30 points, holding down that final qualification spot, and then CHMK just behind them on 30 points themselves, just kills separating them. Then you go all the way down to 19th, to be honest, Dan, and that is not a long way to go. Only 15 points, which we've seen these teams make up in just one game.
Yeah, we're going to be looking for a few teams to try and have that one big game today, I feel. We started yesterday with a massive game from Underrated, where actually they got the majority of their kills just in that first one, where they're playing a very aggressive composition. But we did see them start to dwindle out a little bit in later games, but it didn't really matter too much because they secured so many points in game 1. But we may be focusing on Group 1. We also have, of course, the other semi-final, Group 2, going on. And at the moment, T-Rex are top of that group, followed closely by Alliance.
And this one, the top 10 starting to separate themselves a little bit more. You can see that 11th place is currently 7 points outside of qualification. The real surprise, though, looking at this lobby, is that 18th place, L'Équipe de France, playoff champions, unfortunately having a little bit of a rough day yesterday. But we were talking about it yesterday. The wonderful thing about this format, 6 games on one day, 6 games on the following, means you get the opportunity just to reset, have a look at what happened, how teams are playing, and come back in with a fresh mentality today.
Yeah, you get the idea of where people are dropping, who's rotating where are going to be those natural choke points which people start holding close to their drop locations. We will see people maybe change their drops if they feel like they weren't comfortable. For example, Na'Vi that you were speaking about, they did switch to Train Yard halfway through the show, so perhaps they will go back to Train Yard again today, or maybe they fancy having another 50-50 again and say, actually, we're feeling like our shot is a little bit better. Or they might have watched the broadcast, said, actually, there is a little bit of room in a different POI that we could potentially push towards. So all these different things will come into it.
Well, looking forward to getting straight into the games today. Of course, the players joining the lobby at the moment. We'll get that going as soon as we possibly can. But when we do have the opportunity to maybe bring up those standings again, I think there's a few teams that we certainly should be focusing on. Obviously, you know, first place is great. It sets the tone for going into the grand finals if you have that kind of momentum. But it's really the chasing pack and those teams just inside. I think today is a massive day for Scars Europe. If they don't qualify, their form hasn't been amazing by their own standards recently, and they are one of the most talented teams that we do have in Europe. But not to qualify for the finals would be very, very disappointing for them.
It would be, and I think you could say the same for a lot of teams in this group that would expect to get to the finals of this competition. But it is a very stacked group, and it is dangerously close to kind of drifting into that bottom 10 for a lot of teams. I'd say the top 5, I would imagine, are pretty safe and should be secure, even with just bang average games today. As long as it doesn't go dreadful and they finish last in every one, they should be okay. But anything from 6th downwards, you are at risk of still finishing in that bottom 10. Even Kick, who had a couple of good games yesterday, they still have to, I'd say, at least have one more good game to ensure that they stay within that top 10. Because it's very easy for teams like NCD, Naski Yuki Dell, Na'Vi. They could all have those huge games where suddenly they propel themselves up to the in the leaderboards, break into that top 10, and someone has to drop from that top 10 when they start moving in. So you really need to stay on your game today. You may have had a great day 1, but you need to ensure that you also have a good day 2, and don't let yourself drop off too much.
An interesting story in the top 5 teams as well, just to kind of highlight those as we should do, because they had a really, really good day yesterday. New Esports, obviously, with back-to-back wins to close out yesterday's action. They found form at just the right time. But Third Impact, most consistent team for me. They looked really, really good. They were always inside of that top 5 conversation. And then you go down to Avant-Garde, a little bit of a surprise, maybe seeing a team like that up in 3rd, but they were superb as well. But underrated were the ones that were kind of throwing the cat among the pigeons, so to speak, in the way that they were playing yesterday. Incredibly aggressive, just wanting to fight and looking for KP, as you can see reflected on the scoreboard.
They were throwing every animal amongst the pigeons. The dogs were in there, the tigers were in there. They were just getting involved. But you can see placement points, it wasn't really there for them. They had one good game where they had amazing kills. They, of course, got very high up in the leaderboards, but then they did drop off a little bit. And I think that shows that the rest of the lobby kind of adjusted to their aggression. Maybe they were a little bit kind of aware of it being a possibility. Suddenly, if you hear that Revenant ultimate, you've got to be a little bit more safe with your play, and you have to try and send them back to the totem, and you really have to communicate successfully. Otherwise, you might find yourself just getting downed and out by them. But we saw Underrated were pretty relentless when it came to pushing in that ultimate. They tried once, and then they would try again and again, and it was try until they failed. I respect it, and I like having at least one really aggressive team in the lobby, but I wonder whether they will do the same going into day 2, or whether they'll maybe try and tone things down a little bit just to try and secure the points to stay in that top 10.
They're going to be interesting to see for sure. And with 6 games left today, I'm sure a lot of teams are thinking, you know, how important this first game of the day is. Game 7 of 12, or the game 1 of today, of course, because a big game here, and that really changes the complexion of not only one team's fortunes as far as qualification is concerned, but also of other teams who are just maybe dropping out of the top 10, have to completely change the way that they play. And then when we always get to that final 3 games, you see the lobby go a little bit crazy. You see people start to do, you know, crazy pushes. They need the KP. They're going to be dropping hot sometimes. They're going to be forcing every fight that they can that can really disrupt the lobby, let alone the teams that they are fighting. So these first 3 games, but especially this one here, I feel like vital for qualification. You can't afford to come in slow today.
Yeah, I know it's the 7th game of the tournament and the semi-final, but it's almost the first game again, because you want to be able to have another feel out of the lobby. Say, okay, is everyone doing what they were doing yesterday? Are we going to see different compositions? Do I suddenly have to be more aware of potential caustics when I'm pushing other teams? Because that's entirely a possibility. People could change their comps. People could go for something a little bit more defensive and strategic and say, well, we've already secured a decent amount of points, so why not throw a caustic in the composition? Let's hold some buildings. Let's just try and get to that late game and be a real nuisance to other teams. Or we might see more Revenants. We might see a couple more Octanes thrown into the mix, just so you can get more aggressive and jump in on those fights, go for those third parties. So the lobby could both speed up, but it could also slow down, or we could just get a mismatch where everyone tries to do something a little bit different. It just gets very messy.
Well, one team that won't be joining us, unfortunately, today is Bad Nades. They were down in 20th place. They won't be back today. Unfortunately, couldn't play for whatever reason. Not sure. I don't want to speculate about why, but they won't be joining us. So 19 teams in the lobby means there'll be a little bit more space and maybe a POI opening up for the likes of Na'Vi to find and call themselves home. We're just less than a minute away from getting into the game now. I mean, who's your teams to watch for today? For me, it's Scars. I've already said my reasons why. Who do you think we need to keep our eyes on?
I'd like to keep our eyes on NCD. I think the amount of kills they were able to produce yesterday certainly showed that they are a team that we should not be underrating, and they definitely have the chance of breaking into that top 10. Just need to get to that late game a little bit more, and of course we have to be focusing on the top teams. Third Impact were one of the most consistent teams, but New Esports, after 2 back-to-back wins, I wonder whether they can technically make it 3. Maybe they can really just assert dominance going into those finals. Whilst it, of course, won't necessarily matter if they finish 1st or 10th, at least they can say, hey, well, we've dominated that lobby. We're going to be feeling confident going into grand finals.
And of course, this is all leading up to ALGS Championship as well. You know, that's just around the corner now. All these teams who obviously want to take home the GLL Masters Spring and put that money in their back pocket, but it's getting closer and closer. The biggest tournament that we've had in Apex for a long time, $1 million on the line during that tournament. So it's not a case now for teams of every single tournament just being an opportunity to play, an opportunity to earn a little bit of money. It really is getting to one of the most important moments in competitive Apex that we've seen almost for a couple of years now.
Yeah, and you want to be at your prime when you're going into like some of the biggest time of your life in terms of your Apex career. So you need to be taking every game seriously, learning from every single game as well, so you can analyze afterwards what could you have done differently, what could you have done better, and then maybe when you transition into the ALGS Championships, and of course we're trying to win this competition, you can learn, you can improve, and you might just get there.
Well, here we go then. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, everybody, it's game 7 of 12 in our European semi-finals. A little reminder as well, there is the other semi-final lobby running at the same time as the one that we're watching right now. So we'll keep you up to date with all the scores as they roll in, all of the movers, all the shakers, and who is, of course, going to be in that top 10 to join the top 10 from this lobby we're watching all day long towards our grand final. Now, NCD is the team that you wanted to watch. They're dropping over at Harvester once more. You can see that Na'Vi look like they are dropping over at Train Yard again. And speaking of Train Yard, a very nice circle for them potentially here. We can see the countdown heavily involved. It could be another circle, maybe pulling towards the tower in that open field, or maybe north where we saw Na'Vi involved in one of those final fights yesterday.
Yeah, they've dropped at Train Yard, but they have dropped quite split at Train Yard just to ensure they can get as much loot as possible from the bins that are lying around that area. Quite comfortable in the fact that they can loot without being pushed by anyone at Countdown just yet or staging. You can also have a look at Scars. They've got the entirety of Overlook, even the POI and by the beacon next to Overlook as well at No Name, just outside of the Geyser Tunnel. So a lot of room for Scars to work with. And of course, the same when it comes to TI over in the top right of the map. But now, 69 IQ Esports potentially in a little engagement here. Flatline in hand, R99 in the back pocket, and plenty of light ammo to work with here. We'll see whether they can actually win this engagement.
Yeah, 69 IQ looking to get aggressive early on here over at Sorting Factory, trying to put some shots down and maybe pick up a couple of KP early, or at least get that one knock that allows them to not only get the loot, but dominate the POI and, you know, show presence and the fact that they want to be landing here and not only taking the fights, but also being able to push themselves up the leaderboard with a few early kills. You can see it's New Esports who are making their rotation as well. You can see them all going up the balloon as well to make their rotation as quickly as possible towards where that circle will be going as well. And it looks like they're going to be moving towards the choke and moving towards Harvester now. So a quick rotation coming in from New Esports. We talked about them a little bit already in the build-up today. Kind of a little bit quiet in the first 4 games yesterday, but back-to-back wins. I mean, you can't ask for any more than that.
Well, they just had a lull period yesterday. Like, game 1, they finished, 4th and then 3rd, and then they finished 18th and then 13th. Then they came storming back with 2 back-to-back victories, and in the most recent game, they also had 13 kills to go alongside it. So they really did thrash the lobby. Not only did they rotate well, but they were just picking up so much KP and winning their fight successfully. Picking out fights successfully as well, which I think is the key point, knowing when to push in and when to back off. Na'Vi in a little spot of bother, stuck between 2 teams at the moment, and Kuya is going to go down. Taskmaster from behind will rail him in the back, and now Na'Vi down to just 2.
It's down to Nesh and Strafey to try and get their teammate back into the game. They're going to be able to get the banner. They're going to be able to maybe think about moving forward as well. And they're actually going to get aggressive and try and push this team off, who might be getting a little bit overzealous in looking for these finishes. But their shots ringing out across World's Edge here. It's not just 1, it's not just 2, but it's going to be 9imps who goes huge in this moment to make sure that he gets the knock and manages to stay alive for Fire Beavers. So Fire Beavers coming in and being a little bit aggressive as well. And all of a sudden, it seems like nobody is hanging around here in our 7th game of the day.
Yeah, Na'Vi were trying to rotate, and they tried to kind of push past that team in staging, but then Fire Beavers were on the other side as well. So they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. And Fire Beavers, very, very low on health. Na'Vi did pretty well in that engagement, but unfortunately in a 2 versus 3, it was going to be very difficult for them. And Na'Vi will fall in 19th place, technically last, with Bad Nades not competing in today's semi-final. So that's not the start that you want if you are a Na'Vi fan, especially after their difficult day yesterday. And it just feels like maybe Trainyard and the rotations they're trying to perform, it's not really working for them.
Yeah, not really working for Na'Vi. I think you said it perfectly there. And only 5 games left for them to make it work, essentially, and force themselves into that top 10. But look at this. Natsuki, Yuki, and Dell playing very, very sneaky and being rewarded as well as the player comes up the zip line, maybe looking for a respawn, or maybe just being completely and utterly not expecting to see 3 members of GYD sitting at the top of that zip line waiting to melt that player. So that's going to be 1 KP on the board for them, as we can see also in the kill feed as well. It's going to be Dolphin taking down Kashira. So Kashira going to be finished by Badoli. So it looks like New Esports will have lost 1 of their players as well. But now it's the 2v3 situation here, and you can see a little bit of a change in composition as well for Natsuki, Yuki, and Dell. You can see the Horizon coming into play for Yuki. So just a little switch, nothing too major as far as the composition, which is going to change the way that they're playing, but just a little adjustment being made overnight.
Yeah, perhaps they feel that, you know, Horizon, of course, benefits from being able to push that high ground easily, but also that ultimate to be able to suck people into those black holes and then get some nades in, as that's going to be New Esports also eliminated in this first game of the day, 7th game of the semi-final. So a great push there from NCD. They were a team that I did want to keep an eye on, and they've asserted dominance here by taking out the current leaders of this semi-final as they sit atop Trainyard, and they'll be comfy to sit here for quite some time if they would like to, Mark. And when we were looking at Natsuki, Yuki, and Dell, they were more than happy to sit in Skyhook, just waiting for teams to paddle on in and maybe pick up some KP for some unaware players who get caught off guard.
You can see Badoli with the anvil on the flatline as well. It's my probably favorite combo that he's running right now in the game at the moment. The EVA 8 with the purple bolt on the flatline with the anvil really does hit hard, and it certainly hits true. And especially when you get super close range, if you can hit that hip fire as well, even though it's obviously not the ideal range to be using the flatline at, it really does do a heck of a lot of damage. As you can see that circle, just a little reminder for people who might be joining us where that circle is going. You can see 1 team taking their sweet time, and that sweet time is going to be precious for Scars Europe, who are making their way through the Geyser Vault tunnel now, and they're going to have a pretty free rotation, to be honest with you, from the eastern side of World's Edge through Fragment. There's only 1 team which is kind of lingering around the edge where they might be walking and moving towards the tracks now in Fragment West, so they might have a little bit of a battle going on there, but not too much to work with. Looks like a late rotation from them, looking to play inside of that tunnel when they get the opportunity, if they win that fight, and then moving late from the south to the north of the map.
And the little van that we saw NCD holding earlier when they got those kills onto Na'Vi, we did see a circle finish there yesterday. It was quite an open area. There wasn't really many places to hold, and that little camp van was the main area of focus for so many teams. So if the circle is similar, they might be in prime position, but of course it will mean there's a lot of eyes on them, a lot of nades coming in their direction, so they're going to have to be careful. In terms of teams rotating from the southern side of the map, you can see Totem moving from staging now, but they potentially could come under a lot of fire as they try and get into this next circle because a couple of teams waiting by train yard. So this isn't going to be easy for the teams that are rotating late. A lot of people already find themselves quite central.
You can see there might be a little bit of a battle going down on the edge. As you can see, Third Impact now making their move towards that tunnel. And of course, we mentioned who's in Fragment East right now and looking to make their way across, and also hitting the beacon as well. So they're going to have that information, but a little bit different circle by the looks of things. Going to be heavily Countdown based. Might be finishing actually to the south of Countdown, or maybe a little bit more central, but certainly going to be the PIY that everyone is going to be looking to move into. And such a difficult one if you are late rotating as well. You can play some of the low ground areas, but you've got to kind of hope that the lines of sight are being taken away by teams that are fighting above you. So for teams like Underrated, excuse me, as my brain just engages once more. Just moving through the south side of the map there. They're in a pretty good place. CHMK dead inside as well. Pretty good as well as finders positioning. And speaking of which, here they are inside of this back building, inside of Countdown. 3 blue armors to work with as well, so they're going to be pretty comfortable as far as holding out any teams that are trying to make that rotation. The team that they should be looking at here, I think, was Underrated. So they're making a rotation maybe towards Lava Fissure here, away from the gazing eyes of dead inside. But 1 minute 30 until that ring does start to close again, where people are going to have to make that move. And yes, it is Underrated who are just lingering around this choke and might actually be looking to engage. And when they've got that Revenant down, you know they're going to take the first opportunity to do so.
Yeah, lingering like a bad smell at the moment, but this smell could get a lot worse if they decide to try and push dead inside. Dead inside will be hoping that there isn't an engagement from Underrated, because you've always got the possibility of the other teams in Countdown having a little listen, hearing that there's going to be a team pushing you, because in the area where Dead Inside currently holding, there's a lot of places to be pushed from. 3 or 4 doors. It can be difficult to hold. You can just retreat slightly to the central bit of the building where you've got doors to work with and you can hold them, but of course they can be blown off as well. So I think they'll be pretty happy that Underrated haven't decided to totem push them, otherwise it might have been somewhat difficult. You can also see the other 2 teams residing in Countdown at the moment. Kick are in a good place. Again, can be quite difficult when nades start to come in if those doors have been blown off, but I'd say Kick are in one of the better positions because other teams are going to be pushed before them. Unless they get pushed by a team who's already in Countdown, they should be okay to wait. But they could have a little nose. You can see Jakku having a little look at Underrated here. He hears the shots. He says, okay, maybe we can get a little bit of KP for free. But as soon as there's any sort of resilience there, they back up.
And Underrated, it's not just the fact that this totem is going to give them the death protection themselves to move in and do the damage. It also can invite third parties in. If you think you hear this fighting going down, you don't know that there's a Revenant team inside here. So they're going to be sent back and they'll be safe in the position that they left that totem. However, the damage being done to the team inside will allow a third party to move in and clear things up. And then even if they exchange a little bit more damage, Underrated can then come back in again after the teams inside have fought and look to clean things up. And you can see that inside now, you can see the damage has been done, but no one in position to really take advantage of it. So it's not just the initial push and the second wave that comes in from Underrated. It's the idea that you can invite third parties to get involved with the fight themselves when you do use that death totem. So they can use it smartly. It's not just sometimes a mindless push, although sometimes, I will say, it does give you the ability to do so. But you can use it a little bit more smart, a little bit more IQ behind some of those Revenant pushes.
Yeah, they'll be wanting these teams that are the southern side of Countdown to hear that noise and get involved, and then they'll hopefully try and take advantage of a third party that isn't actually a third party because they initiated the fight and got back out. You are quite right. It could be very advantageous for them, as at the moment, Totem not really thinking about rotating to the next circle. Instead, just looking to do some damage on the teams that are coming in even later than them. Totem knew full well they were going to be one of the last teams into this next circle, so perhaps they're thinking about trying to pick up some KP, knowing that it's going to be very difficult to find a solid spot to actually reside in when they push on to the next one, as the same really goes for Scars Europe. They're also very late rotating. No creativity now getting involved here in Skyhook. We did see Naski, Yuki, and Dell, who were holding Skyhook a little bit earlier as well.
And the portal's going to be going down here from Desert as he tries to just get his team inside of this tunnel and give them a little bit of a safe haven, potentially, from That Gibraltar bubble that is going to be forced to be used as the Gibby bombardment came in. They look like they've done a pretty good job of actually getting away from that situation. Wasn't the most comfortable looking of ones. You can see in the kill feed, actually, Scars Europe Manny going to pick up his first kill of the day and their first kill too as he finishes off one of the Aquilix players that was hanging about in front of them. But no creativity now, just holding this choke, looking for that late rotation through. And things like this, when you get the opportunity to rotate quickly ahead of a team who's inside of a building, who might have the advantage as far as a fight is concerned with the angles they're holding, that means that the holder becomes the holdee. And all of a sudden, when they have to make their rotation into that circle, you're the one who can control the pace.
Scars have found a pretty nice spot there, actually. There's a little, really slim line that people would have to rotate through, so it's unlikely they're going to be pushed from that direction. They should have a lot of cover, at least before the next circle, as Naski, Yuki, and Del in a little bit of open ground at the moment, looking to try and push up towards Countdown. And Naski is taking some big shots off screen. That Gibraltar hitbox is massive sometimes, and you are often a target. They may have to back down because it's Legion boys who are peppering them right now and enjoying their time with the triple take. And this is the moment of the game where you really don't want to be eliminated. 16 squads left. Of course, you get 1 point for getting into that top 15. Otherwise, you get 0 placement points if you are outside of that top 15. So all this work, all this time, and you could still finish with 0 placement points if you're not careful.
Yeah, a little bit of a slower pace. I was about to say, Scars Europe actually just eliminated. Just caught that one on the team track on the right-hand side as well. So our 10th place team, unfortunately, will be falling outside of the top 10 today in this first game, game 7 of 12, as Succubus now try and get aggressive, and the Gibby bombardment is going to go down just to hold off any third parties that try to move in, and there's going to be some beams going in as well with the Spitfire, trying to get aggressive and make sure that they can get inside and bubble this loot as well. But the EMP is going to go in, and that's going to destroy the dome almost immediately. So Succubus making a smart decision here to just back up, play safe. The loot isn't worth waiting for, as Third Impact now make their move on the outside of Countdown.
One of the worst times to throw a bubble. You've already pressed the button and then you just see the crypto ult come in. It's not going to work out for you. Third Impact now looking to get aggressive on this team. There's already been 1 knock, so it should be a 3 versus 2 here. Here comes the Eva Ray action, and that's going to be 2 down. 1 remaining player just playing Ring Around the Rosies. It's around this little van, and that's going to be the final one. Knocked and taken down. Stanny also falls elsewhere, but TI doing very well to take down NCD. And now, just like that, 13 squads, and Kick are getting a little bit aggressive. We saw how they had a decent position earlier, Mark, but I said it's going to be whether other teams start to push the teams around them. Clearly, they heard something, and they've taken advantage of that.
Now, Avant-Garde having a real scrap and will be eliminated here as Dolphin with that Spitfire does the damage, and Reply Totem Esports making their way towards Circle as well. Just thinking about having a little look at it, but realizing they couldn't close the gap quick enough there to get any kind of advantage onto that team that was inside of Train Yard. It might have been a bit risky taking some shots on their way, so they're just going to decide to move towards zone instead. As you can see that Nags, Dolphin, and Bodoli, full red armor for them, and they're going to have some loot to work with. But now you can see Totem Esports just set up to maybe hold them out as they try and make their rotation in as well. You can see Third Impact also just to the north of them. You see underrated K Swinney is still alive as well. Not sure if his teammates are still up or if he's having to play as a solo now. But Kick Esports, you mentioned them, inside of one of the power positions. Inside a Countdown now, looking very, very strong. As you can see, some of the teams that have been eliminated. Fire Beavers also gone in our Game 7 here.
Yeah, excuse me, I did say NCD were eliminated, but that was my mistake. It was Taskmaster's team that actually got eliminated. NCD still there, so excuse me for that one. As Naski, Yuki, and Del also still alive at the moment in the top 12. They've taken that position where Kick Esports resided previously, and maybe they saw that space freeing up, and that's just how it works sometimes with circles. When people get information and they know they need to move, Kick have done just that. And now Naski, Yuki, and Del, they pick up the pieces, but they're also going to have to transition to the next circle where they may meet Kick Esports if they're not careful. Totem Esports also getting a full wipe on another squad, so about down to just 11. And I wonder what the thought process is here for Naski, Yuki, and Del, because if they want to push towards that big building, there is potential for a lot of fights. And as I say, that NCD also looking to get involved in something here.
Yeah, looking to get involved. You saw them jump pad in. I'm not sure if they're going to be safe. They will be safe just on that wall. You can see the ping coming in from a Dolphin. It looks like they're just going to back up for now as the damage was done. Just trying to show presence, such an important thing to do. Just checking their back as well to make sure that if they do take this fight, there's not a third party just waiting and hiding in those corners in the shadows to come and take advantage of it. NCD just making sure that they're showing as much presence as possible, with some nice shots are going to come in from Dolphin. Those shots are absolutely superb with the 301.
Ooh.
Just to back that team off. And I can see 11 squads still remaining. Dolphin actually the kill leader in the lobby as well with 5 kills to his name.
But he was keen to get loot. Clearly someone is missing something, whether they're missing meds or whether they need ammo. He was having a little scan around to see if he could pick any pieces up that had been left on the battleground. As the circle does move in, Kick in one of the prime positions, but is also going to be center of attention in a few seconds if they're not careful, so they need to show presence in as much areas as possible. They already have noticed one team is on the outside of this door, but reluctant to take a fight just in case there are third parties and other people getting involved, and it is going to be Nasky, Yuki and Dawa, and they are going to be getting involved in this fight. Yuki with the initial damage with the R301, but tactically will back off just to bat up.
Yeah, this is a big moment here for Nasky, Yuki, and Dell. You can see 11 squads remaining, so they're still outside of the top 10. They do have a few KP to their name already, but as far as their move up the table today towards the top 10 spot, they need to have a good game here. They're in a good position. They've made it towards the end game as well, and with a minute left on this ring closing, you can see that they have the opportunity maybe to catch a team off guard. The only issue is that they currently have a big audio cue that they'll have to give away if they choose to use that door, which will, of course, turn new esports around extremely quickly to focus their attention. As you can see, Nasky now trying to finish off that down to get an extra KP on the board. Balong is going to be taken down as well, and here comes the Bloodhound as well to finish off what looks like third impact. Ziki tries to get out. First game today will be on the Wraith, as we saw him, of course, on the Fuse yesterday, but manages to find himself a little hidey spot. Going to have to be very careful here, as that ring is going to hurt.
Yeah, it just needs to rat out and
quickly to focus their attention. As you can see, Nasky now trying to finish off that down to get an extra KP on the board. Balong is going to be taken down as well, and here comes the Bloodhound as well to finish off what looks like third impact. Ziki tries to get out. First game today will be on the Wraith, as we saw him, of course, on the Fuse yesterday, but manages to find himself a little hidey spot. Going to have to be very careful here, as that ring is going to hurt.
Yeah, it just needs to rat out and look to try and secure a couple more placement points. Already got the 2 points for finishing in top 10, so his next target now is top 7 to try and get 3 points on the board and then push yourself up towards potentially 4 points if you can get a little bit further. So he's done all right, at least to get into the top 10 and survive, get away and out of that fight. But it's so difficult, really, in a lobby like this when you're just kind of fighting for just 1, maybe even 2 points. We saw that Scars Europe were that 10th place, but they fell very early on. So that means there's a lot of chance for teams who were below them to push into that top 10 here in Game 7.
Well, here comes the move then from Nasky, Yuki and Dell, and I think they've just been helped out because 69 IQ Esports just had to make a Hail Mary play, and that Hail Mary play has opened the door here for Nasky, Yuki and Dell to move in and just pick up the pieces. And you can see that Kick Esports, last player alive here, is going to get the kill at least. And that will be the solo there from Underrated who gets taken down. But now, the exchanges of places has occurred. The bomb is going to go down here for Nasky, Yuki and Dell. So they're going to be extremely comfortable now. 5 squads remaining, and they were just waiting for that chance to move, waiting for that chance for someone else to make a move themselves, force a mistake that they could take advantage of.
So 4 points secured for all of the teams just for getting into the top 5. And now that increases ever so slightly when you push into the top 4 and you get closer to potentially getting those 12 points for first, which could really make the difference between finishing in that top 10 or not. Nasky, Yuki and Dell, they were in 13th coming into this game. They were only 1 point behind Scars, but we just see Scars get knocked out earlier. So you have to imagine, with already a top 5 performance and some kills on the board, Nasky, Yuki and Dell should be pushing their way into the top 10. And they're in a decent spot for this game. But there's NCD, another team who were just outside of the top 10 on 29 points, as well as Nasky, Yuki and Dell. And they have got a lot of kills. Dolphin with 7 kills and 2 assists. That's already a minimum of 9 KP. Succubus trying to find the flanking and running little rats, as Totem will lose one of their players and make that 2 players. So it looks like Totem are going to fall here. But Succubus with some really good shots. They do take out Totem, and we're down to just 4.
Yeah, Crit with that frag grenade as well. Just going to hold off the third party for a few seconds. Does get the armor swap as well, but oh, it's not good enough. It's not quick enough. And the feet wouldn't quite go in tandem to get him around that corner. They should be safe enough there to get the res on this little corner, as it's now up to Yaxcoat to hold in the corner. and try and force these two teams into each other. The only issue here for Succubus is they have to force their way through this choke. They have to move forward. I'm not sure if they have a giddy bubble to work with just to bubble forward and give them a little bit of cover. We'll have to see if that does happen or if they're just going to wait for other teams to make their move. It looks like the defensive bombardment has come in and it's hitting hard as well. And now the bubble will be forced as Crypt is going to be jumping into his drone to hit the EMP. He has to be very careful though because he's taking a little bit of zone damage, but not quite enough to really cause him a problem. But now they've got no bubble and they're still caught in this little choke. So all these teams converging on each other in what is a very interesting end circle here with not a lot of room to play.
Yeah, 4-3 is always one of the big moments as well because there's 2 points potentially up for grabs. You move from 5 points to 7, just getting into that top 3, and now we are down to 3 teams. Oyaka gets taken down, and now NCD just trying to look in every single direction. We're down to just 2, and just like that, 2 teams eliminated. Now NCD, they just need to armor swap and push this final team.
And the team are going to push in. They thought the damage was done, but the switch shield swaps came in. And I tell you what, Dolphin is playing like a Dolphin possessed in this first game of the day. Game 7 belongs, to NCD. But the amount of kills on the board, not only the squad had, but Dolphin in particular on the Octane, incredibly impressive to see. And those shots he was hitting, close range, long range, it didn't matter. The 301 really was taking names in that game.
A possessed dolphin is something that I don't think I would want to get into the water with at Disney or something like that. That sounds terrifying, but a great performance from NCD. We knew that they were going to be one of the threatening teams after all the kills they were able to achieve yesterday, but now you pile on those kills as well as a first place finish, as well as those 12 points. They are going to be looking pretty. They were definitely going to jump up into that top 10, but Natsuki, Yuki, and Dell also got themselves in second position there with some KP2 after some fantastic positioning throughout the game. They kind of shadowed Kick for the majority, and eventually it paid off as they were able to comfortably third party. But look at this circle. It was so difficult for a lot of these teams to just try and position themselves, and it was NCD really who had the prime position for the final circle.
They did indeed, and they took advantage of it, and they did a really good job of just holding off the push as well as they took the fight here. And Dolphin, once again, just snapping onto that player and doing the damage. You can see Dell tried to be the third party, but the problem was the bubble was there just to give him those few seconds to slow down that push, given the cover that they needed in order to get those heals off, those shield swaps, and then refocus their attention to that team that was coming in. But I think it's interesting for me is the tale of 2 teams outside of that top 10 in that game as well. Like you mentioned, Natsuki, Yuki, and Dell getting into that top 2, putting some decent kills along the board and getting some placement points. But Scars Europe, who were another team we were looking at, unfortunately, didn't quite manage to get the game together they would have liked in that game 1. We should say they land very eastern on the map, western, eastern on the map, and it was another western circle, so they had a long way to go. But some questions are still to be answered, which they are going to look to answer in our game number 8, Dan. But we're going to go for a quick break now. When we get back, don't worry, game number 8 is going to be coming up, and time for Scars Europe to step up as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah. 'Cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sick. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. worry if I have enough dough. Fashion show out in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on the yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. Bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GLL Masters Spring. First game of the day, game 7 of the semi-finals for this lobby was taken by NCD, and a particular Dolphin was popping off in that first game down. Incredibly impressive play from him, and 17 kills alongside that first place, 29 points on the board. Certainly had their breakfast today, maybe lunch and dinner as well.
Yeah, I was impressed with the amount of kills they had throughout the entirety of yesterday. They've already matched that just in one game today. And I would argue that that 29 points probably secures them top 10. I know it's a bold statement to say, but that is going to be a huge boost for the overall standings, which takes them all the way up to 3rd place. They're now on 58 points, very much solidifying their spot in that top 10 right now. As for the top 10, it has changed quite drastically. Remember, Scars Europe were in 10th place. They've dropped down to 13th. They've been leapfrogged by quite a few teams, including the likes of Nasky, Yuki, and Dell, who also find themselves in 8th position. And at the start of the broadcast, I said, I think Kick were the most vulnerable team in the top 6 that could potentially drop out. They are starting to move their way down a little bit, but they've also created a little bit of a gap between them and 11th position. That's going to be a 18-point gap there. So they should be okay for now, but they just have to keep an eye on it. A okay performance from them, but just some huge games coming in, which can really change up the leaderboard.
Yeah, a little bit of a distance starting to be created, as you would expect after 7 games as well. You can see that Dead Insider a couple of points behind Croissant, who are currently holding down that 10th place spot. But then you start sliding down a little bit and you start to think, that's quite a big gap. You're looking at the likes of Na'Vi now, 18 points. Yes, one good game and you turn things around, but with the way that they've been playing in the lobby, all of a sudden, like catching fire, those teams inside of the top 10 really coming into today hot. The likes of Nasky, Yuki, and Dell, big game for them. Like we mentioned previously, puts them up into 8th place now. Whereas on the other side of things, Scars Europe are going to be, I think, hoping for an Eastern zone now. They've had a lot of Western zones to deal with and contend with. Nothing towards Overlook, Refinery, that northeastern side of the map, which they dominate when those zones do pull towards them a little bit. So they're going to be hoping for a little bit of RNG going their way with zone. But again, just tale of 2 games, right? A tale of 2 teams. You have Nasky, Yuki, and Dell in that first game there, coming into today thinking, okay, a good day here, a good first game. All of a sudden, the vibes are good, right? You're inside that top 10 and you're looking at potentially moving upwards instead of sliding the other way. Whereas Scars, it's the opposite end of that now, Dan. They've just slid out of the top 10 and they're looking upwards and thinking, we need someone else to make a mistake.
Yeah, and that's the issue, is that we always say you only need kind of one big game to jump back into the top 10, but now you're also relying on people to start having bad games, because the teams above you could still have good games as well and keep that distance between you and them quite considerable amount, and then you're going to be really struggling as you move forward, especially for a team like Na'Vi. As you say, 18 points adrift from the top 10. It's doable in one game, like we've seen from NCD, but then you still need to be consistent afterwards. It's all well and good getting to 10th place in this game. Let's say they have a massive game, they get 25 points, they jump up to 10th. If they also fail in games 9, 10, 11, 12, then suddenly they're dropping back into the top 10, so the bottom 10. So they really need to find some consistency as well as having that one big game.
Well, let's see what NCD do. More difficult to say than I initially imagined. Don't worry, Dance. I mean, at the moment, you've just been to the dentist and half of your face is paralyzed at the moment, and you can still say it better than I can, so I've got no excuse whatsoever.
It's finally starting to denumb itself, so I'm feeling a little bit better.
You're going to get carried away soon, and you're going to just make me look even worse. But NCD now going to be on their loop path once again around Harvester as we get a quick look at TSM's coach, G Dolphin, who, of course, will be playing for team who just managed to pick up that huge win. And what a performance that was. Not bad for a coach. It's the classic thing, isn't it? I mean, the guy's an absolutely phenomenal player, but he's chosen to go with the coaching role for TSM, and not many people would shirk away from that responsibility as well. But another zone to the west, this time to the northwest, though, and this is going to be a skyhook zone for sure, looking maybe towards ending at Market and the deep pocket principle, or the DPP, as Hodsick loves to call it. A shout out to Hodsick, wonderful, wonderful man. And whereas that zone is going to be pulling. But another difficult one here for Scars Europe. We're going to have to move north through Refinery. And that means that, unfortunately for them, once again, it's third impact that they'll have to move through.
I'm fairly certain we haven't had any northeastern circles throughout this entire tournament. We had one Geyser finish, and we had one kind of Dome and Lava City finish, but everything else has been pretty western, which I think we've just come to get used to now in Apex Legends. It seems every broadcast we're saying, oh, it's always on the western side of the map, and I just feel like an old man repeating himself at this point. But you know what? That's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. If you still want to be dropping on the eastern side of the map, that's your decision at the end of the day. So we'll see whether Scars can rotate a little bit better. They finished in 16th place last game, so just one position out of securing one placement point. They had an alright position as well, but I feel like they tried to commit to a little bit more, where they wanted to push around and getting in a more solid spot. And they also, because they rotated in so late because of their drop location, there were just so many teams around them to really be a nuisance, which didn't allow them to kind of tiptoe into Countdown, which was unfortunate. But I'm sure they'll be hoping to do a little bit better in this game, as third impact potentially in a little fight here with 69 IQ. Zeke and Smeggy Toe were very close, but Smeggy Toe will be getting his way out of there and not taking the fight with Zeke just yet.
And you can see the difficulty here for 69 IQ when you do choose to change a landing spot and you do land over at Refinery, which third impact had kind of been claiming as an extra POI on their rotation and their loop path, is the fact that you're having to fight against high ground if you want to rotate out. And you can see the third impact right now, they're just feeling extremely confident in their 3v3 fighting and trying to get aggressive almost immediately and do some damage. And there is Zeke going in once more. He's doing damage, and this is just so impressive from third impact. And now the question is, can they take advantage? Can they finish off these kills? Damage going to be done initially by the Wraith player, but unfortunately Ballon just couldn't land those EVA 8 shots. The opportunity to get that knock there wasn't taken, and that might allow 69 IQ Esports to get the reset now and get those shield cells off, get those batteries off, and reset. And that looks like what they will be doing now. Just looking across the weaponry in the hands of Smeggy Toe as well. He's got the 30-30 repeater and the Vault, so close range is going to be essentially desperate to use that Vault, and this damage being done now by the grenade might signal the opportunity to push once more. And you can see they're just all in a shambles as far as Meds is concerned. They're not able to hold these angles, and unfortunately here for Slayers, even though he's doing what he can, it will be third impact who come in and wipe them out of Refinery.
Yeah, we had 17th place against first place in that particular engagement, so I think third impact were quite confidently pushing in there, and they also wanted to assert dominance. They were saying, hey, why are you dropping in our side of the map? This is where we've been looting freely for 7 games. Don't think you could just waltz on in here and pick up free loot. We will have that, thank you very much. And now 69 IQ might be looking at potentially dropping somewhere else, as Naski, Yuki, and Del were in a little scuffle here in Skyhook, but it looks like 9imp's boss, Taskmaster, and Sunset are going to be getting out of dodge and don't fancy it. because there's another team on the outside of here as well. Sadyama just hiding alongside with Stanny, and I wonder whether Naski, Yuki, and Del know that they're there.
It looks like they've turned their attentions towards it, and I don't know if that's just a portal to try and get a different position or maybe wait for a third-party opportunity to break out. But a very, very fast rotation there from GYD. You can see landing over at Fragment East, and maybe they took that balloon that was inside of the northern tunnel to try and get to the location they find themselves in the train station inside Skyhook right now. A very strong position to hold down, especially if they have that end zone which finishes just outside of train station and doesn't pull towards market. So kind of hedging their bets here, and their zone knowledge is a heck of a lot better than mine is, and a heck of a lot better than most people's is. So they're thinking that it might be pulling towards them, or maybe this is just the location they wish to play from to see what else is available before they make their next move. But Avant-Garde now inside of Skyhook as well, and they're going to be overlooking the market as well, and also overlooking train station, kind of between the two POIs like I mentioned. So in a very good spot as well. And they've been impressive, Dan. One team that I want to be talking about as much as we have been, and really consistent as well. It hasn't been those pop-off games. They've just always been there and thereabouts.
Yeah, currently in 6th place. They've had a few rocky games, but a couple of big ones as well. Been above average, which is all you really need to be in the semi-final. Might need to pick things up a little bit if you want to place highly in the grand final, but they've certainly positioned themselves well to achieve that status of getting into the final. Currently on 54 points, and 11th place is on 35, so 19 ahead of the cut right now. So they should be comfortable, but you never know. If they have a lot of bad games today, they have the potential of being overtaken. So just need to stay distinctly average for now, and they should be just fine. A team who is looking to climb up a little bit more is Succubus, as you see on your screen, currently in 15th on 27 points. So they are 11 points behind 10th place and behind that cut. So they could do with one of those big games to really propel them up in the leaderboards and see if they can get some confidence. But at the moment, they're having a little bit of trouble with this team above them here in Skyhook.
Yeah, not sure about this push, to be honest with you. They've managed to kind of make it work for now, anyway.
What's happened on my screen then?
As Crypt is trying to locate his crosshairs onto the crypto drone and not having a lot of success to do so, but a little bit of a risky rotation from them, but it has worked out for now. As you can see that Fire Beavers are above them on the upper top deck of the central structure of Skyhook, and they've managed to take that central part now, which is very difficult to rotate out of, but is a very strong position within Skyhook. Of course, you have those two doors to hold, and good lines of sight and a lot of cover from above as well, so they will be safe for at least the next couple of zones as well. Quick rotation also coming in here, as you can see, Scars Europe finding themselves inside of Skyhook, so they've made a quicker rotation than we've seen from them previously. Maybe a little bit of a change up in how they want to approach this lobby.
Yeah, they've got in a better position here. They are dangerously close to Naski, Yuki, and Del. And that would be a really important fight if that was to happen. But both teams are going to have to move now as we see the next circle. It's going to be even further west towards the trial side of Skyhook. So even though Scars have rotated all the way from the eastern side of the map, they got to still keep moving at some point. But a lot of those positions, inside this POI have already been taken. It looks like Third Impact are pushing up on Scars. So Scars now looking to take this fight, or just trying to keep them at bay and say, can you stay away? Can you just let us at least have a little bit of freedom here in Skyhook?
And Kick Esports were also holding that choke, kind of trying to patrol who was moving through from the fragment side of the map. So 3 big teams involved and this scuffle that is going down. You can see the Taishin with the triple take in hand. He's just trying to see if he can get a pick, do some damage, and level up the Evos as well. You see Jazaz now making his way down towards the bottom of the tower, trying to lead the charge here for Third Impact, who already have those kill points on the board that we saw right at the top of the game that they picked up around the refinery. And it looks like Scars have just kind of backed up now, playing this triple stack building and playing on the roof of it, as T1 now going to make their nice, comfortable, or TI, I should say, excuse me, making their comfortable rotation into Skyhook as well. So all the teams that were on the eastern side of the map have seemed to find a comfortable home within Skyhook. Of course, there's so many buildings to play and so many different levels of buildings as well. Again, one of my favorite end zones is always ends up in and around Skyhook, where you have those multiple teams stacked up on each other, like I mentioned yesterday. But for Totem Esports, a little bit of a different approach. You can see them coming from the southern side of the map, now moving their way through Lava Fissure, down at the very bottom left of your screen here. And just trying to approach all of the action, maybe move through trials and approach that zone late.
They are going to be met by Underrated, who are waiting for them in Countdown. And they'll be holding out a few teams that are going to be trying pushing from that area. And it's not an easy push from that southern side of the map, from Countdown area into Skyhook, because all these teams here in Skyhook have got vision of that hill, and they will be peppering you as you try to approach it. And it's New Esports who are going to be the first point of contact. But quite a few teams very close to one another in Skyhook at the moment, but no one really wanted to make that move and push just in case a third party comes along and then wipes them from the lobby as well as themselves. Third Impact did move up to first place ahead of New Esports after the last game, because of course New Esports went out in 18th position in the previous game, despite having back-to-back victories at the end of yesterday's broadcast in games 5 and 6. So New Esports, despite the fact they should be pretty comfortable in the top 10, I'm sure they would like to find a bit more consistency again, getting towards that latter stages of the game. They do have 2 players above them, 3 players, excuse me, Sanya and Rugby. I don't know if they are aware that those players are very low on shields and have no kind of health items to help them get back at all. I'm sure they'd be pushing them if they realized that there was someone almost on no armor at all.
This is going to be a little bit of a slow burner of a game here. You can see with all the teams making that rotation into Skyhook and with so many playable areas, everyone should be safe and should find somewhere to play. It's when we get to that round 3 closing, round 4, all the teams which are stacked up like a very tasty sandwich is what I'm going to go for as my analogy here, as I just had a little strike of hunger.
Ooh, what would you put in your ideal sandwich? Just as
everything,
we do have
all the meats.
Everything. Okay.
All the meats. It's going to be like Noah's Ark of the sandwich. Anything in there.
2 of everything, please.
2 of everything.
You walk into your favorite sandwich store. What would you like? 2 of everything.
Pretty much. That's just how I roll. Okay. But as I was saying, they're all going to have to move at the same time, and that's where those portals are going to be so vital. The jump pads, all those little mistakes and all those little brilliant moments can change a top 15 game into a top 5 game. So Underrated now trying to be aggressive once more, using that Horizon Q to get up into the air and maybe do a little bit of damage themselves, but they're outside of the zone right now. They haven't popped the totem. I haven't used the death protection as well, maybe as they would have wanted to in that push. So gonna have to pop the ultimate accelerant again, and you can see the Horizon is doing that on your screen right now. I don't have to teach everyone exactly what is going on in front of you, but Horizon just loading that up again, maybe to just see if they can have a second option of making a little bit more success of another push coming in.
I am going to say it, and I say it all the time, it annoys me that Horizon doesn't play Horizon. I just feel like it makes much more sense, but, you know, it's okay. I'll let you off. You're playing Revenant. Don't worry about it. But they are going to look to push again. This is something that we saw yesterday, and actually it was a pretty similar position yesterday in Countdown, where they pushed one team 3 times in death protection to try and take that position off them, or try and pick up that KP, of course, which is what they're looking for realistically with this composition. And at 97%, you imagine the push is going to come out again very shortly. And we'll see whether this one is going to be successful, as it is popped. And the boys now begin to roll out like some Autobots. Can they actually find some kills, though? Looks like the team on the receiving end is pretty prepared for them to arrive.
Yeah, prepared, but there's one thing to be prepared. There's one thing to deal with the push coming in. Dazzo is doing an amazing amount of damage. You can see that Robin there is going to be able to hold off the push as well. We've got silenced into all of that. So good job there from the team who's up on the high ground, and that is going to be Croissant to resist that push just for a moment. But as you say, if first it doesn't succeed, try again. 3rd time lucky. 3 is the magic number. All of the sayings, they're there for a reason.
How many ultimate accelerants does this man have? Oh wait, there's another one. K-Swinny just helps him out so they can go a 3rd time here. But where do they try and attempt to push this time? They've tried the bounce pad approach, hasn't really worked out. They could try and go for a little dipsy doodle down low, but then you, of course, run out of time if you're not quick enough. Or maybe they'll just leave this one altogether, because the circle is coming in, and if it wasn't successful on the 3rd push, they may leave themselves a little bit vulnerable. And getting a nice brief tickle from the red arriving late. And it is Team Croissant they are trying to push. And Croissant did have a huge game yesterday, but they have left themselves somewhat vulnerable, being in 10th position now. And speaking of vulnerable, Naski, Yuki and Dell taking a bit of damage here too.
And Yuki having to use that Horizon Q to get across, the defensive bombardment coming in as well. And he's going to have to be very careful on the cross here, but his teammate Naski was there with the arm shield up to give him that little bit of protection that he required to make it inside of this building. So 18 squads now remaining. As you can see, only 2 been lost, and both of those were very, very early game. So this is where things start to get interesting now. You'll see that most teams are still safe inside of this zone. It's when zone 3 starts closing and when teams are forced into each other off of high ground with multiple teams inside of those buildings that you will see the lobby almost half in around 30 seconds in game. So lots of teams still left in this game, meaning lots of big decisions to be made. 69 IQ and Bad Nades, who of course unfortunately went in the lobby to kick things off. So just the one team really eliminated in this game. And now you can see Aqualux making their move. They're holding the top of Trials, and Totem Esports, who I was talking about a little bit earlier, making that rotation through Trials. Gonna have to be very, very careful of the team above them. Aqualix probably thinking about maybe dropping down, maybe just holding them out as they try to move into zone, but decisions that have to be made is underrated once again. Synonymous with the Totem.
It's one of the best wars I've seen, and it's going to be won eventually by underrated. Perhaps a little bit of assistance from another team, and it is. It's Kick also coming in now to try and clean things up. Dazo very low. The bubble will drop. And now with a 3 versus 2 here, Kick, are they going to be able to finish him off? No, they're not. It's underrated getting the damage done. Horizon and Jakku are going at it at the moment. Horizon goes way up into the air, but Kick look like they should be okay. They just need to all team up.
Ooh, so
as I say that,
Horizon manages to get the swap. Seaback comes in and it doesn't matter because both teams will be third-partied anyway. But, I mean, what a fight that was. And to be honest with you, underrated the way they've been playing, Dan. I think they're just happy for the KP.
That was what they were wanting, realistically. And they picked up a little bit of extra potentially from those members of Kick who were being third-partied and griefed by the teams who were in Skyhook. But now we're down to 14 squads, so everyone's been able to achieve at least 1 point for placement. But as you quite rightly said, we are now dropping like flies down to 13. Just like that, we lost 5 teams in the snap of Thanos' fingers. And now Naski and Yuki and Del just trying to keep these teams out. But they also have to move in ever so slightly to this next circle. And it's only 8 seconds until that red does start moving.
Totem Esports still hold up inside of Trials here, just trying to move down and find a little place to play. And with a Kraber in hand, they might have more than enough opportunity to just peel a team off of their position and make that push. Have to be careful of that team above them. And Scars Europe now, a very, very important moment in this game. They made it through the initial carnage of the teams falling on rotation, but you can still see that they aren't safe for now. And they're looking for the opportunity now to push in. And they're going to have to make it through numerous Gibraltar defensive bombardments. Mandy's going to be taken down to no shields as well. Hill's going to have to pop a battery. Tashin moves up now to try and give a little bit of cover, but they're going to be forced either to fight this team in front of them or they're going to be forced over that fence into the teams that are waiting. Defensive bubble will go down here. But you can see Mandy and RPR trying to do what damage they can. They get the bubble off last. Now the question is, who's going to push? And it's going to be the team who are outside who are forced to push. A massive moment here for Scars Europe, and they can't win it again, Dan. They will go down in the 3v3. They don't make it inside of the top 10. They did have a few KP. However, again, a difficult zone for them, but not being effective in that team fight.
Yeah, they'll pick up 1 placement point, finishing in the top 15, a couple of KP, as you say, but that's not going to be enough to propel them back into that top 10. Credit to Succubus, a fantastic team fight for them as Reply Totem Esports getting involved. I think this is probably a rat that they're pushing, it was. And now, suddenly, we're down to just 9 squads. So that rat did his job, got into the top 10, secured that extra point from the top 15 to the top 10, so 2 points secured in placement. And now we look to try and break into the top 7 to get even more points as the Kraber in hand for Savage. And he did hit the shot, and that is a scary thing to be on the map.
So now everyone in the lobby will be aware there is a Kraber in play, which is going to stop teams being as confident in pushing the position as they might have been thinking about just a few moments ago. New Esports at the bottom of this building. You can see Dead Inside involved, CHMK are involved as well. And you can also see Na'Vi. Very important for them to try and be as successful as they can in this game as well, to pick up a few KP along the way. And there's also a late rotation coming in from underrated, I believe that is. As you can see, oh no, excuse me, that's not underrated. That is Dolphin, who absolutely slayed out in game number 1. Looking to do exactly the same here in game number 2. They're making the assault now onto Market. There's a frag grenade at the feet here of Danny Omega and the Legion boys, who have controlled Market, where we believe this zone is going to be finishing for the majority of the game, are coming under siege.
Yeah, Na'Vi in a little bit of trouble, but they've managed to find a little nook and cranny to work with here, and teams going down around them. But they've done well just to avoid all these fights, stay alive, dropping those armors. They've got armor swaps to work with as we are now into our last 6 squads, as that circle has got down to a very small size to work with. There's a team right on the other side of them here, or at least one player anyway. Na'Vi will be well aware of that. They'll be able to hear it. And that's why those nades are going straight up into the air. How are your nades? They are some pretty well-placed ones indeed. The team is already wiped. Legion boys will do the job for Na'Vi. And we're into the top 5. So Na'Vi doing a little bit better than we've seen in previous games. Have they got some KP to work with as well? Can they push into potentially the top 3 and secure a decent amount of points to get even closer to that top 10?
But what a game this is for the Legion boys. I mean, coming into this outside of the top 10, but one of those teams which, we would say, one big game, and all of a sudden they're back in contention of qualification. So if they can close this one out, they've got some KP on the board as well, would be absolutely massive for them. As now we're going to see Jay Savage again with the Kraber in hand, and he's going to go for the stick now with the Arc Star. The players just scarp around the corner at the last second. There's drones everywhere, and they're going to have to destroy those so they don't get slowed on their way in, but they've got somewhere to play right now, and Savage is the man to watch, because one Kraber shot here can completely open up an opportunity not only to push, but for other teams to push as well, and for them to have a spot to play. Oh my God! 319! That will get the job done.
There it is. Austin 319, eat your heart out. I know it's 316, don't worry. But then Totem now have the chance to potentially push in off of that if they want to, but I don't think they're going to. They can back off a little bit. They can be patient, because look where that circle is going to be ending. They were close. They were on the outside. They can allow all the other teams to fight here whilst they take the prime position on the map. They've got a little bit of room to work with. Another Kraber shot, 145. Kashira goes down on New Esports. There's going to be another attempt here from Savage. Not going to work out. But you could say that Totem Esports in a really good spot to potentially win this game.
Hitting a lot of body shots with the Kraber. Unfortunately, just the one headshot that I'm not sure was converted into KP, but you can see all these teams fighting now, and Reply Totem Esports just overlooking everything that is going on, all the carnage, and just trying to pick their spot to play and who to push and finish off. There should be KP available for them should they want to try and push. Na'Vi now making their push as well. Mastiff in hand isn't going to be good enough to get the job done here, and it'll be Totem Esports who managed to take down Na'Vi. So Totem now forced to use that bubble. 3 squads now remaining, and Totem still trying to control this area outside of market.
Yeah, Totem are just on a slaying spree right now, and they know where this other team is. I think it's a 2, and it's also a rat, and that's going to be confirmation. Rugby goes down. We're down to a final 2. Totem do have the player advantage, it would seem, and now they're going to push in, go for the final kill. They secure it, and Totem will be the champions of match number 8 in quite an emphatic fashion. They were having kills after kills after kills. They found themselves in prime position, and a lot of the work was done with that initial Kraber shot as well, just to light that final circle on fire, as well as what happened yesterday when Fuse was involved in a final circle. But Totem, again, one of our top teams performing and slaying out. But I think you were quite right. Legion boys, who were in 19th place, they had a solid performance there. That will boost them up in the leaderboards.
We'll have to check the leaderboards in just a few moments as well as we take a look at the replay. But I think that game is a really good indication of how rotation can be so vital. Yes, we should point out, of course, the Kraber was incredibly important to allow them to control a lot of space there, hit a lot of body shots, and influence a lot of fights towards the end game. But you just take yourself out of it a little bit, take yourself to a map overhead, if you like, and all those teams who are holed up inside of Skyhook had to go through each other to find their way towards that final zone, whereas the rotation that came in from Totem Esports, I talked about it very early on, taking a southern route all the way around towards Trials and kind of letting everyone else do their thing as they managed to find their way into a position to play kind of away from everyone else. So a smart rotation coming in from them rewarded them with the position that they found themselves in at the end. But I've got to say that every single player on their team was hitting some fantastic shots towards the end, especially Savage, who had that Kraber in hand.
And Na'Vi got pretty far in that game, so a decent amount of placement points for them, about 4 or 5, depending on whether they finish in top 4 or top 5. But at least they've got something to work with alongside some KP. They were 18 points adrift from that top 10, so they can start to close that gap a little bit, because there were a few teams around that 8th to 12th position who really struggled in the early stages of that game, that maybe Na'Vi can start to progress their way back into the chances of getting into top 10.
All right, it's time for us to go and tally up the score. So it's time for us to take a few moments to go for a break. We're almost at the halfway point of today's show, though. Game 9 is coming up in just a few moments.
Yeah, come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah, cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money. Yeah. Come on. Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sit. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. Haha. Never have to worry if I have enough dough. Fashion show out in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on the yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. Bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game 3 of today, but game 9 of our 12-game series for the semi-finals of Europe for the GLL Masters Spring. Dan, things are starting to look very, very interesting now. We've just seen a very impressive performance from Totem Esports in our previous game, and this is what it means for the leaderboards. This was, of course, the scores from our last game, but 27 points, 15 kills for Totem, and it seems like at the moment, each team in the lobby is taking their opportunity to pop off at different times. It seems like the first 2 games has been dominated heavily by the team in first.
It's really good news, though, for the teams who are competing for that top 10 if some of our teams in the top 5 pop off and take the majority of the KP, as Totem just did. And that's how it makes things look. Totem go up to first position on 83 points, Third Impact still on 75. But let's look at where it gets interesting in the top 10. Croissant have just dropped out now into the bottom 10. They're in 11th place after getting 0 points. And it means that Fire Beavers are going to be there in 10th position instead. But CMK have jumped up to 9th position mark, so that's going to be nice. Na'Vi still adrift by 14 points, but they do close that gap ever so slightly.
Yeah, it's a lot tighter. Even though there seems like a gap that is developing, we've seen with teams popping off how all of a sudden the leaderboard can change. And you know, we have not a huge amount of games left as far as the semi-finals is concerned. We've got 4 more games to bring you today. And we seem to be absolutely flying through things at the moment. Of course, the other semi-final going on at the same time as well. Alliance back on top there, 47 kills for one of EU's strongest teams. And looking at some of the teams that are slipping outside of that top 10 now, unfortunately, Solo Q Goats just outside, but just the 1 point. Le Site de France started to move up a little bit and now only 8 points behind one of those qualification spots.
Yeah, send your energy if you're a fan of Shiv. He can't stream at the moment, so he has to make a living by winning prize money in these tournaments. So he needs to get into the grand final, of course. But that looks like an interesting group indeed over there. A little bit of a gap being created from like the bottom of the leaderboard compared to the top 10, but there are still, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams who can potentially still break into that top 10 with one big game. So we'll be keeping a keen eye on those results and, of course, updating you when they come in. But again, very impressed with Alliance. We knew that they are going to be one of the teams to be reckoned with in that group, and they are proving that they are a dominant force and arguably one of our favourites for the entire competition here.
Yeah, always are. Alliance, I think, a little bit disappointed with their playoff performance, which was, to be expected. They always expect, to be up and in that conversation of taking home a trophy, but a great way to bounce back. And again, LGS Championship just around the corner for all of these teams, so they're really going to be looking to peak at just the right time. And it looks like Alliance, even though this is just the semi-finals, of course, are finding that form that they've had for so long. But I mean, the story continues, Dan. I mean, there's been a couple of teams that we talked about at the start of the show that have stepped up, and there's been a couple of teams who haven't as yet. And I think the Western zones are starting to hurt Scars Europe a little bit here. But they need to find a way around it. They need to find a way to play and get a little bit more consistent. They had a little bit of an earlier rotation there, which seemed to bring them a little bit more success than when they've been playing Edge before. But it's tough to do, as we know. Sometimes when you've got to go such a long way and there's so many teams rotating ahead of you, there's not really much you can do apart from try and get some decent placement and pick up some KP along the way.
Yeah, now they just hope that maybe they'll get an Eastern Circle here, something that gives them a little bit more of a more comfortable rotation. But as we know, the Apex gods do not listen to your prayers of Eastern Circles. It's always a Western or Central Circle. Watch it happen. It's going to happen right now. I bet you. It's going to happen.
Who we need to speak to Bravo, because when Bravo mentioned it at the start of the show last time, every single circle went to the east. He controls the weather in Apex Legends. It's as simple as that. So maybe send him a text and see if you can get him to give us a random Eastern Circle to see where these teams that land on the East can end up in the leaderboards. But Totem Esports, I mean, they've had a few things to answer throughout this tournament. The first one was, of course, dominating their drop over here, where they're looting up right now, and they've done that. They've forced the team off, which was 69 IQ Esports right at the start of things, and now they're starting to come to the fore as well with a big performance in that last game. Now top of the table and looking extremely strong along the way. And hey, look at that. It's going to be a zone just to the east of where Totem Esports were looting up there, I believe. And it's going to be down in the southeast. So we do have an eastern zone. Yes, it's down in the south. It's not up in the north, but at least it's over to the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit better for them. They can actually transition down a little bit. We saw a somewhat similar circle. I guess it was more Geyser focused in the day one of these semi-finals, where Scars, they kind of positioned themselves in that Geyser tunnel and they held a lot of teams. They're going to have to probably push further inside now if they want to get into a more comfortable spot and rotate early. But at some point, they're going to have to be looking at this lobby and looking for KP, because it's all well and good finishing, I don't know, top 5 and getting 4 points for placement. But if you're not getting any kills, you're not going to be pushing yourselves up into the top 10. You need to be finding some KP alongside that. I know that KP will naturally find its way to you when you get to the late game if you play it correctly, but that hasn't always been the case for some of these teams. We've seen some teams finishing in the top 5 without any KP whatsoever. The biggest shock for me, I'd say, transitioning from day 1 to day 2 has been Croissant. They are the only team that's won a game and are outside of the top 10. They won one game, but every other game, 17th, 17th, 8th, 18th, 11th, 17th, 18th. They've had some really dud games, and we need to see them step it up again, have another high victory, or at least a high placement, so that they can try and get back into that top 10. Because now they need to catch Fire Beavers, who are on the cusp at 41 points.
Of course, Fire Beavers, the winners of the LCQ. So they will be making their way towards the ALGS Championship as well. And they dominated the LCQ, to be honest with you. Really were playing extremely well in that lobby, as we see Del Naski and Yuki making their way to the little outpost just to the north of Lava City here on their rotation. Succubus, who are currently residing inside, warm, fire-lit, slippers on. And they won't be moving for some time indeed. And they also have interesting comp to play this with as well. Really can hassle some of those teams trying to rotate in with that crypto drone that's going to be able to EMP those teams, slow them down as they move across those open grounds. But obviously, with that comes risk. If someone hears you jumping in who's playing on the floor above into the drone, it makes you into a momentary 2v3 situation. So you got to be very careful about when you execute that. But you can already see teams starting to pile up once more. And again, like I mentioned, I love these zones. The more playable area, the better for me. It just means we get more teams towards that end zone. We get more carnage towards the end.
I just like how we get merry neighbours right from the start of the game. It was the same as the last one in Skyhook. There was 3 teams in one building from the beginning of the game pretty much to the end, where they were just kind of having whispers through the wall, cut to the wall, listening to what each other were doing, but no one brave enough to push because, of course, it's too damaging if you are going to push in and lose that fight. You all know that if you collectively just wait together and grief everyone coming into the circle late, you're all going to get into a higher position. And at the moment, you don't really need to be worried about where other teams will be finishing. You're just focusing on yourselves to ensure you get as much points as possible and getting closer to that top 10. It might be in the next couple of matches as we get towards the final 12th match where you suddenly start to think about, hey, wait, this team is X amount of points ahead of us. If we see them on the kind of the kill feed and there's a knock, we might have to push that team to ensure they're wiped off the lobby, because otherwise they might catch us up or we won't catch them up. But it's Third Impact who have performed incredibly well all tournament long in these, not just the semi-finals, to be honest, in the previous rounds as well. Some very high kill games and a lot of victories to work with. But they do find themselves in second position overall now after the performance from Totem Esports. And I'm sure they'd like to rescue that first place back, because it would still be nice to go into the finals in first position.
Well, Scars Europe now looking to take this fight, and maybe it's just one fight that could turn things around as far as their fortunes are concerned. And it's going to be the Gibby being knocked immediately. Taishin doing so much damage here. And the turbocharger on the Havoc is going to cause turbo trouble here for the team that were inside. And that's going to be Dolphin and Badoli taken down. And that looks like a clean wipe across the board. So I talked about confidence. I talked about how one fight can change not only the game, not only a tournament, but also everything that you need to force yourself into the top 10 spots of qualification. And maybe Scars Europe there, communication, everything they needed in that fight seemed to be on point then.
Yeah, so they're 9 points off 10th place as Mandy. Oh, can you get away? Big chunky Gibby will slide through the door. They should be able to get the revive, but Nasky with the triple cake from... Triple cake? That's something that I would love to have right now. The triple take from distance. Show me the money indeed. Maybe this is how we're going to generate our income from now on, is by creating triple take cakes and sell them to the fans.
You know, have you seen that? There's like the TikTok video going around at the moment with like someone shows something that they offer and you smash the credit card down on the desk. Have you seen that? That's me. As soon as you say triple cake, just take my money, smash my debit card at you, just give it to me.
Triple of everything.
Exactly. Triple food. A lot of food discussion today. Maybe I'm hungry. I am. Third Impact now making their way through the northern tunnel and taking a very long rotation actually. They try and move up, and there's actually a team behind them, so there's a couple of teams lagging behind in the zone at the moment. Third Impact are probably thinking, what's going on here? The zone's down in Lava City, and we're being currently shot in the back by 69 IQ Esports, and I think that might have been an elongated fight actually going on between the two teams, fighting around Epicenter and Refinery, like we saw in the previous game. The previous game, though, of course, Third Impact being very quick to wipe that one and get the kills on the board, and it looks like 69 IQ Esports now just causing them a lot of trouble. And I mean, look at this. You can see it's essentially Sunburn City for 69 IQ Esports. Got a long way to go to even get into the safe zone, let alone find a spot to play. So Third Impact, they're safe for now. They're looking a lot more comfortable at the factor 50 on, but they've still got a long way to go here.
It looks like TI might also be heading up. And when it's stuck, Mark, that's when it becomes a little bit difficult in your rotation. But they should be all right. I don't think they are going to get stuck. It's 69 IQ who are looking like the ones more likely to be stuck after transitioning into the circle a little bit late, and a couple of teams did have eyes on them. Croissant, our team who are the only team who have a victory and are outside of the top 10, under a little bit of a bombardment right now. A lot of players around them. It looks like things are getting a little bit heated, a little bit hairy, where they thought maybe they'd be able to reside quite peacefully with their neighbours. Maybe someone's disturbed the peace. They put their bin out a little bit too late, or perhaps they used the recycling bin of their neighbour. That really annoys my neighbours.
You're not one of those, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm not, but my neighbour's
I
not.
got worried there. We're just going to have to reevaluate our friendship for a few moments if you're one of those people who complain about bins, but
No.
you've cleared it up. That's fine. Okay, we don't have to revisit that. We're good. But Croissant at the moment, you can see a lot of pressure coming under the top of this building, as you would expect, and the difficulty of holding the top of this building as well, as we've seen in previous games or in North America in the semi-finals as well, is the ability of Octane to just jump pad up there. You've got Horizon as well, who can get up there and take that high ground if you do take damage and you find yourself forced into a corner like Robin was in that few seconds that we saw previously from that Gibraltar ult. Just really opens up not only the opportunity for a team to push from above, but also the team below to move up and really put you in a difficult position. So got to be extremely careful with how they play. You can see all these teams making their way now. There's also a team you can see from the very distance there, just inside the mountain in that choke between where the vault is and Countdown, that tunnel that links them all together. The train station, excuse me, at the moment looks like there's no one located within it, as everyone is thinking this is going to be a shift towards the zone, which maybe finishes just outside where the Apex Legends sign is displayed. So teams trying to fight for those most westerly buildings within Lava City. And now you can see a little move being made on the top of that green circle by Scars Europe. This is a massive game for them. I told previously how important those games was. Well, put it into perspective. Every single game where they don't perform, the next game becomes even more important for them.
Yeah, do Scars really need to be moving at this point? Perhaps they feel like there is a different position that they can be taking. Maybe this dome area they would like to reside in, but it looked like they were quite comfortable. Naski, Yuki, and Del were also in a prime position in their little building, because the circle is going to move away ever so slightly from Lava City and up towards the kind of area just below Geyser. Croissant are in an okay spot right now, but they know there's a lot of teams around them, and it's almost like who's going to be the first one to actually move out and transition. And right now, not everyone has the information of where that circle is going to be moving. So people are more than happy to sit here, but once that next circle comes in, suddenly you've got that info, and all these teams are going to be thinking, all right, well, how and where are we going to move from this point?
A very similar game to what we saw in our second game of the day here as well. And all these teams starting to stack up. If we could take the opportunity to bring up the map overhead when we can as well, as we're going to see a team playing the northern side of Lava City here, just trying to land some nice triple take shots and landing them, I should say. Just so we could zoom out and see what teams are still trying to work their way in. You've got Third Impact now moving their way in from the north. You've got a team inside of Geyser, and you can see that Scars are just kind of patrolling that choke as well, trying to see if that fight's going to break out, and thinking about third party. Na'Vi in a fight at the moment as well with Underrated inside a sorting factory, and we know that Underrated are not going to be shy of pushing that advantage, or even if they don't have an advantage, to be honest, with that Revenant comp. So Na'Vi in an interesting position themselves as well, as we're going to see Scars Europe once again just trying to see if there's any opportunity for them to push. You've got GYD in there. I mean, all of the teams who need to perform now are inside of this final circle. Great work from the observing team, as always, to bring us that map overhead, just to give you the full picture of how everyone is moving around.
Yeah, it's amazing now we can see the names of who's moving where and how teams are transitioning in, who's holding what. But certainly, as we take a look at this next circle, you'll see GYD are going to be in a fantastic spot, as well as Scars, because that circle does move a little bit further north, and we've got a beacon scan as well. So that dome that Scars were trying to take a look at and take off that team currently occupying it, that's why. Maybe they've got that information. They know that they can move towards that dome and try and take it. But it's about when. There is not much cover in that circle. Maybe the very edge of those buildings in Lava City, you might just be able to hide a little bit. But there's like, what, 4, 5, 6 teams down in Lava City? Not all of them can hold that little slim bit of a building right on the edge. So we are going to see a lot of action unfold when that circle does close towards that dome area.
Yep, there's going to be a lot of teams dying. It's as simple as that. And the teams who try and make a quick rotation here might be rewarded. It is the risky play, but you can see the Kicker trying to make that play themselves, and they're going to move up to the balcony and see if they can take that and be safe to do so, as they believe that that is going to be inside of the next circle. And they're actually trying to get aggressive as well. This is where teams have to make that decision. Is there actually a way for us to find somewhere playable to play for late game, or are we going to try and change things up here and just look for some KP to guarantee ourselves a few points in this game, instead of just being caught out on the rotation and the carnage that will ensue in just a few moments' time? But for Scars Europe, they're one of the teams who, by rotating a little bit later than everyone else, have had the luck of the draw, as the zone will be moving towards where they are, just the other side of the dome here. You can see it just over the right shoulder here of RPR. And they're just going to keep their eyes on their backs here, make sure no one is rotating late from guys. And they know that there was a team inside. That scan, very, very important coming in from RPR here. And interesting for me, we talked about how their performance yesterday wasn't what they wanted. Well, RPR actually moving over to the Bloodhound is something that you really don't see. He's usually a strong Wraith main, or he has been playing Octane as well. So Taisheen taking up that mantle here for the squad shows that a little bit of a change of the guard maybe as far as character selection.
Yeah, perhaps they just felt like this was going to be a little bit better for them in today's action. And certainly if they can have a big game here, they will position themselves quite nicely within that top 10. They just have to find a little bit of consistency at the latter stages of this semi-final. And they were having a little peek at that little dome area where the final circle is going to be going. But you don't want to be the first team to be there, but you also don't really want to be the last to be there. So you have to time it perfectly. Maybe catch when other teams are also trying to transition in, and you do have the Gibby to work with. There's now Aqualix White are also getting involved. One of them has already gone down, so you need some big shots from Brit Marie. It's not going to be enough, though. Legion boys had a big game in their previous. Were down in 19th position, have moved up to 14th position now. Only 8 points off of that top 10. So if they have another good game here, you never know. They might be able to transition into the top 10, but Na'Vi just lost a couple of players. May have actually been completely wiped, which is not going to be good news for their hopes. That's Nesh getting eliminated. Na'Vi are out. So they're going to be falling even further adrift from that top 10.
Yeah, things not looking good for Na'Vi whatsoever now, with only 3 games remaining after this one. So they will need monster games. It's as simple as that now. They cannot rely.
You never know. They might be able to transition into the top 10, but Na'Vi just lost a couple of players. May have actually been completely wiped, which is not going to be good news for their hopes. That's Nesh getting eliminated. Na'Vi are out. So they're going to be falling even further adrift from that top 10.
Yeah, things not looking good for Na'Vi whatsoever now, with only 3 games remaining after this one. So they will need monster games. It's as simple as that now. They cannot rely on consistency. It needs to be big points on the board for them. Quason, who have been up on top of this building for such a long time now, looking for the locations of the other teams rotating in, looking to see if they can land a few shots and get some easy KP. And there's a couple of players below here. Clone deciding to look away for just a few moments, maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. And now you can see that Roman are going to be moving across to use that Bloodhound scan just to force that team back, which might give his teammates a few opportunities to look down on these teams rotating below them. But they should be able to pick up some KP here. They look like they're just about safe inside of the next zone as well. And it looks like Kana might be having to be forced to portal force some loot here. And he's going to have to be very careful that there isn't a rat just around this corner. And it looks like there's teams inside of the building who are more than aware of his decision to go and try and grab that loot. But he looks like he's got back safely.
Look where Sanya is as well. That is direct central. That's where everyone's going to be trying to take that dome position. But Sanya and the rest of the team, they've been there for quite some time, just hiding away from any bullets coming from both directions, which is great that they're there early, but it does mean that they're going to be stuck between all the teams coming in and going to be the meat of the sandwich. As Third Impact have lost Jazaz, and I wonder whether they're able to get the res up here, having to use the shield just to ensure they're not getting shot, but it's underrated. The aggressors of the lobby looking to pick up some more KP here. K20 not able to make the jump, and we'll be watching that portal. Gets the finish onto Jazaz. And Third Impact struggling a little bit, unfortunately, just getting caught out rotating in.
Oh, look at those shots coming in as well from Swinney. He was happy with that one. Little punch of the air, a celebration, the melee of victory.
Oh, no.
And now underrated with this late rotation, just looking so good as he's going to be swapping out that triple take for something a little bit more useful towards this end game. And this is where the carnage is going to be achieved. You've already seen 18 down to 14. The finish is going to come in here onto the down player as well. And I tell you what, underrated, the way they have approached this semi-final has been very interesting for me, as Horizon is unfortunately going to be approached without consent there by that grenade. And there's going to be another one landing here on Daz. Has to be incredibly careful that they don't get damaged too much. And now actually they're going to just decide, you know what? This is how we play. We're going to go in with a Prowler, full auto, with a death protection as well. And Horizon's in there to clean things up. 69 IQ Esports, I'm not quite sure they know what's about to hit them.
Tries to pop the bat. It's not going to work. Underrated get another wipe. That's more KP on the board for them. That circle will be coming in very shortly. They are just going to be inside the circle, though, by the looks of things. So they should be okay. It was No Creativity who were in that like dome location, and they got absolutely railed by everyone when people started to move towards the circle. Nasky, Yuki, and Del, they were in a comfortable spot, but they've had to move out. Yuki has gone down. Nasky and Del now fighting for their lives. The bubble res comes in. Is the Horizon going to be picked up? Yep, Yuki's going to be back. But can they heal is the real question. Looks like they should be okay, but as soon as that bubble dissipates, there's going to be bullets flying down from everywhere.
You can see Del's just moved out as well to try and create a little bit of separation for his two teammates to get those heals off. So a selfless play coming in from Del, just making sure that he puts the pressure on against the break as well. And those shots with the wingman. I always say that Del is one of the best wingman players that we have in Europe. He still loves that weapon, even though it's not maybe as strong as it was once. He still gets the job done. Now his two teammates are here to look to get that res up. Nasky still popping some heals. And Yuki using that knockdown shield, and Nasky now going to be able to get across and bubble his teammates. So more teams falling all around the fights that we're watching at the moment. We're down to almost our top 10, the 11 teams left, and you can see that New Esports now involved in the fight as well. The Caustic of Postkill trying to do what he can to stay alive. Robo will get that battery off, but Postkill comes in and looks down upon the bodies that he has just eliminated.
I'm going to get the res as well, so New Esports should be able to get back to a full 3 here, as long as no one smells them out and decides to push in. But I was talking about that slither of the building just still left in from Lava Fisher, and actually several teams have been able to all coincide and stay together, as Third Impact on the other side of the dome, and also 9 Imps and Taskmaster on that side as well. Everyone just trying to move in ever so slowly, but this is where a lot of teams going to be eliminated. Everyone flying through the air, and it's going to become Hunter now.
It is a waterfall of Apex Legends as players fall from the skies down and land in their respective bubbles. And this is a question of where did you land? Are you close enough to someone else? Is there a little bit of cover for you to play with? Nasky somehow manages to get a shield swap, and all of this has left it open here for Scar Europe to play this northern side of the dome and move in and just kind of clean up all of these fights that are going on. You can see Taishin desperate to try and move across, desperate to try and not finish some of these downs, and he's going to do so. And this is so important here for Scars Europe that they take advantage of the opportunity presented to them.
They just need a lot of communication here. They're picking up some decent KP, but they also need to be thinking about the bigger picture, winning this game. As hello, look at this cheeky position on top of the dome. You can avoid a lot of vision, but if you position yourself in the right place, and this could be a fantastic spot, especially if you can be quiet and go unnoticed up here.
Nasky, Yuki, and Del still involved. You can see that Nasky trying to get some finishes to just make sure that he gets a few extra KP on the board for his team. He manages to do that, and also
look at these boxes.
Get a couple of banners in his hands. It is the Apex Legends graveyard at the moment. Like you say, a lot of death boxes around him. And unfortunately, it looks like he might be joining them in a death box in just a few moments' time. Unfortunately, playing the Gibby, not the most mobile, and he's already used that bubble. Might have the opportunity to shield swap, maybe just delay that push into the zone a little bit. But you can see that looking down on them, he's going to be CHMK. So he's not going to be too long for this world, you would imagine. Sanya, be careful, as you can slide off of that dome extremely easily.
And CHMK have done so well. They've been in this dome area for so long. And as soon as all those teams started pushing them, they managed to just jump up and take this high ground at the perfect time. And they can just rain down hell from above. They're going to be a real nuisance to everyone below. It's so difficult to shoot them back. They've got the head glitches to work with. 9 Imps boss gets taken down. Here comes the Gibby bombardment. Do they have a bubble to work with? Yes, they do, so they're going to be safe now. But as soon as they drop, or if they are forced to drop shortly, no bubble to work with. But prime position right now. It's just a case of whether they get drilled out of the air here when they join the fray.
There's a couple of kills being traded between Scars and I believe Fire Beavers. So still big moments here for Scars, and you're going to see that CHMK are going to be now challenged. Oh, but they're challenged, and the challenge is accepted here. Unfortunately, though, Ron will be the last player alive. That will be them eliminated. And somehow, Nasky has done miracles. I'm pretty sure he might have been able to get a mobile respawn beacon down. And now it's going to be GYD who move in. The triple take is hitting hard. Still needs to finish off this kill, though. Needs to reload, and it's going to be someone else who comes in and actually finishes that one off. But Del and Nasky doing an amazing amount of work. And look at this, Del wiggling, wobbling left and right, and he almost gets the job done.
but underrated. The solo player was Horizon, I think, on the Revenant. Manages to clutch up in those final moments, but what a crazy endgame that was. We saw the great waterfall of Apex Legends teams and players falling from the sky from Lava City, and then in the end we saw a crazy 1v1 scenario, but in the end, with all the teams that were alive, it was the solo player who managed to clutch up in those last moments while all the carnage was kind of just happening around him.
Yeah, I think Nasky was able to get Dell back up, but Dell was only able to find a box what seems to have a triple take in it and not much else. And he said, you know what, let's YOLO this. We've got a team above us on the dome. Let's push them. They horizoned up and they did so much damage, taking down CHMK in a fantastic fashion. And then Dell almost at the end being able to hit some big shots, using it as almost like a shotgun. But it was, in the end, Underrated who come out with the victory after a very aggressive game for them. As you can see in this particular highlight, they were pushing in, they were utilizing that totem to get involved. But Nasky, Yuki, and Dell will be delighted with finishing top 2 after getting taken down to just one of them in that kind of fray of excitement that we had, where team after team was eliminated and we have those graveyard of death boxes. It was pretty mental for a circle, and we knew it was going to happen after there being a lot of teams piled up in Lava City and then that circle moving towards this little mini dome.
This is the push that was towards the end of the game. You see the triple take shots landing, and you have to give Nasky a lot of credit for the way that he managed to not only stay alive in that situation, but somehow get Dell back into the game as well. And as a duo, they did a lot of damage, and it came down to this 1v1. Horizon versus Dell. It was triple take versus shotgun, I believe, and the Mastiff is going to come out on top in that final moment. But Adele doing an amazing job to even get to that situation, winning the initial 1v1 like he did with the triple take in hand. But I mean, that's going to, again, change the leaderboards. I think with 3 games remaining here, we are going to have a grandstand finish, because there's a lot of teams who have, with that game, given themselves the opportunity, Dan, to force themselves into that top 10.
Yeah, and Scars Europe, particularly like breaking into that top 5, they will be pushing their way up into the leaderboards. But of course, we have to see how those results are going to tie in. So we're going to go for a short break, but when we come back, we'll be getting into the next match and we'll be enjoying some more Apex Legends.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. You could have had it all, you could have had it all. All of my good stuff, all of my kisses were yours. But baby, don't call. I'm done praying on you. A queen like me needs more from you. Hot girl summer, done waiting on you. Where my queen's at? And I appreciate that. Where my queen's at? I'm done waiting on you. I'm done waiting on you. Don't care if you judge me. Don't need you to love me. I dance on my own. I don't care if they watch me. You could have had it all. You could have had it all. You could have had it all, but you didn't come right. You didn't come right. Now you wanna don't call me. I'm done praying on you. A queen like me needs more.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the GLL Masters Spring. We have 3 more games to go today, and 3 more games in total for the semi-finals to decide who is going to be going through to our grand finals in just a couple of days' time for Europe. I mean, Dan, this is a scary time for a lot of these teams. There's going to be some upsets. I think we can kind of guarantee that at this point with how the lobby is turning out and how teams are kind of struggling to put points on the board, how some teams are putting up massive points. And speaking of which, underrated at the top there with 14 kills, giving them 26 points. But Natsuki, Yuki, and Dell, I mean, they really have turned up today and put some points on the board when it was needed.
Yeah, we had a lot of teams who were kind of in the mixer for the top 10 actually really perform in that game, which is going to shake the leaderboard up quite considerably. But in terms of upsets, it's Na'Vi. Again, I hate to keep harping on them and focusing on them, but it's another poor game, only 1 point, and that will put them even further adrift from that top 10. They are now down in 18th place. But was it GLL Summer where Na'Vi were down and out?
Was
until maybe 1 game left, and then suddenly they won the last game with an incredible amount of kills and jumped back in. They can still do it. I know it's a slightly different roster, is it not? But I definitely think there is potential for Na'Vi to get back into things. But that's how the top 10 looks. Underrated now have taken first position. Totem Esports just behind in second. But around the top 10 area, it is going to be Fire Beavers again, just moving up slightly to 9th. Scars Europe have dropped down to 11th place. Oh, actually, they've moved up slightly to 11th place, excuse me. And they are now 10 points away from that top 10. So even after a pretty decent game from Scars, still 10 points behind.
10 points, though, manageable. I think now you're starting to look at 15th place. It's getting a little bit out of reach, especially with only 3 games to go. Bad Nades, just to point out to everyone, unfortunately not playing today. So it's the 19 squads left in this lobby who are finding out for those 10 places. You can see CHMK as well with a good game in that last game as well, just forcing themselves still to be holding on to that top 10. But everyone inside that top 10 at the moment, I feel like, has to have a good game to stay there because everyone is starting to find form at the right time. Scars starting to find some KP in that last game, which is absolutely vital to the way that they play as well and the confidence they need as a team. They're a momentum-based team. I think if you know these 3 and you have been watching them for the while, before they were North, when they became North, and now, of course, representing their new organization in Scars Europe. I mean, these 3 players, they're not just a team of players. They're amazing friends out of the game as well. They fight for each other. They do everything for each other in game. And they say win, lose, or draw, whatever it might be, we're always going to be sticking as a 3. And for them, when they find that momentum, when things start clicking, you'll hear them start to get a little bit hyped. You'll hear the comms start to pick up. And they do find that little bit of magic sometimes that they need in these situations to qualify and put themselves into that grand final. Any final without that team in is a final which is missing out on something, in my personal opinion. But they've got to put themselves in that position now, Dan. It's enough talk. It's time to perform, as we now only have 3 games remaining.
Yeah, jumping into match 10 and starting things off with Underrated, of course, after their victory. It is their 2nd victory of the tournament, and they had a lot of KP to go alongside it. That should secure their spot in the top 10 if you were to ask my opinion, I'd say there are 5 teams now who are pretty much safe. You never know. I have seen stranger things happen, and I've also seen matches get ended by the admin. So it means we're not going to jump into match 10 just yet. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer on set. But it allows us to have a little further discussion about RPR and the rest of the boys. You say they're good friends. They would kind of live for each other, die for each other. Would they consume a triple cake together? Who would have the fork? Would someone use a spoon? These are all the questions that we have to be asking ourselves.
Mandy would be controlling the cake. I don't know if there was a cake in between all of those 3. I'm not sure if they'd share it or if Mandy would just like cannonball on top of it or something weird like that, because he's an extremely entertaining human being. But yeah, I mean, as a team, they always find ways, right? As I say, it's been a dip in form for them. It's an interesting rise for the team. I remember it was this time last year where the GLL kicked off, and, you know, they were the team that I said at the start of it, I was like, keep an eye on these guys, right? Keep an eye on these guys. They haven't been one of those breakthrough teams. They haven't been one of those teams who, you know, have put in amazing performances up to it. But there's something about them. There's a chemistry about them. And then they won the whole thing. So they are the reigning defending champions at the moment. And from there, they went from strength to strength. You know, they won multiple AOGS tournaments. They were, you know, there or thereabouts for all of the majors that have occurred throughout the Apex Legends Global Series. And it's just a dip in form. It happens with anyone, right? But they're looking to adjust. And sometimes I feel like when you have so much success for a team, when the meta starts to shift a little bit, you can get left behind sometimes because you're so used to doing what brought you that success previously. And it's difficult to sometimes let that go, right? And look towards what we need to change, what we need to adjust to, what we need to change to be successful in this. And I think they were just a little bit slow maybe to adjust to some of the changes that had come in with the likes of Octane, with the likes of you know, all of the different legends that became viable all of a sudden. And I think they're just a few weeks again. They're a few games away from being one of the best teams in Europe again, and we've seen that in the last game. We've seen what they can do still. Zones haven't been in their favor again, but I don't really want to use that as an excuse for them. They should be still able to force themselves inside the top 10, and I'm sure they would agree with that as well. So there's a lot of pieces just to be put together. Maybe just a case of adding a little bit of oil to the wheels, right? Just get the engine running as smooth as it was once.
Yeah, they've had, what, three fourth place finishes so far in the tournament, and you'd think that would have you up there and in the top 10 relatively comfortably, but they haven't been getting much big KP games. They've been really struggling to find KP. Even in the last game, they only got 3 kills. Like, okay, it was great that they were able to get to the top 4. We saw how they were holding that choke for a while. They were trying to decide whether they wanted to push towards that dome area or not. Looking across, the most kills they've had in a game is 5. They had 5 kills in game 3 where they finished 4th. They need another game like that if they are going to break into the top 10, because it's all well and good getting these placements, getting to the top 4, but it's not enough points to catch up. They're 10 points behind with only 3 games remaining. If they were to finish, what, top 5 in every game left, they would only get 12 points if they were to get no kills alongside it. And those other teams above them, there's some very aggressive teams there that have been picking up kills. They've been pushing other teams. They've been picking up that KP when it presents themselves. And maybe we just need to see a little bit more risk being taken by this squad, Scars Europe, if they're going to be able to get into that top 10.
Well, they've got to make some decisions, of course, and they've got to step it up a little bit. It's been a better start today than it was on day 1, but day 2 needs to have a little bit more sparkle to it. I mean, let's talk about the likes of CHMK though, who are kind of holding on to one of those top 10 spots at the moment. As I'm just having a look across the semi-final score as we speak about it. They're in 10th place at the moment, 51 points, but a little bit of a difference opening up now. 10 points, which only 3 games remaining. If they're as consistent as they have been, they've been there or thereabouts, essentially, for the majority of this tournament. As you can see them holding down that 10th place spot. Fire Beavers as well, maybe a little bit at risk at the moment. Haven't had quite the day, but Avant-Garde, I think, is the danger here. They have not turned up so far today, Dan.
Yeah, they are starting to dip and struggle a little bit. They still have an 18-point lead over Scars Europe, so that is still a decent amount. It means they just need one more decent-ish game and they should be able to stay within the top 10. But it's when you look at the difference in kills between the top 9 teams and then those below them. I mean, Scars Europe only 17 kills so far, but even Fire Beavers have got 28 kills. That is a lot more to work with than what Scars Europe have been able to achieve, whereas the placement points has been quite similar between Fire Beavers and Scars Europe. So that is really what has made or broke it before Fire Beavers. But CHMK, Yeah, they're right on that cusp, but what they just showed us in that game was great resilience, because they held one of the hardest positions to hold for the majority of the game, where they were in the final circle, and a lot of people would be looking towards them, trying to pepper them across the map, but then they timed it perfectly when they jumped up on top of that mini dome. And okay, they didn't win the game, but they were able to do enough and pick up some KP, which made it all worth it. That really long wait was completely worth it for them. It's the teams down at the bottom which I'm starting to worry about now. So Na'Vi, 69 EQ Esports, No Creativity, Aquilix White, they are really struggling in terms of distance between that top 10. It's 20 plus points from 16th downwards. And that means you need to have a massive game, as well as see the teams in the top 10 also have a difficult game. And then you've got to find consistency in the other games that you're also going for. So this is not going to be an easy ride for any of those teams to break back into the top 10. But it's also a fantastic chance for those teams who are around maybe kind of 5th to 7th to really distance themselves, create that gap, and assure that they get the spot in the top 10.
I mean, one team that we haven't talked too much about today is Third Impact. I think they pretty much got the job done yesterday with how consistent they were. They've been there or thereabouts in a couple of games today. They have had a little bit more congestion off of drop, with 69 IQ dropping over at Refinery, taking one of those POAs away from them. They've been quite comfortable looting, which has kind of slowed down their rotation a little bit today. We know how, you know, even those decisions to fight, if it takes a few 2 seconds too long, all of a sudden that few seconds turns into 30, turns into a minute or so, and teams move ahead of you. So they've been there or thereabout. Fire Beavers, for me, again, they were a team that I was looking at coming into the semi-finals here and expecting them to roll on the momentum from the LCQ. And on day one, they did. You have to say that, you know, 9 Impulse, Sunset, and Taskmaster looked really, really good on day number 1. But again, just falling off a little bit today. And you can't afford to do that. And even though we say, you know, the longer format kind of shakes out what teams deserve to go through in that top 10, that sentence itself should tell you that even though you have a good day 1, that's just halfway. It's half time. You've still got to get the second half of the job done, and you can't afford to take your foot off the gas.
I think what's important for Fire Beavers is that they just make sure they are ahead of that one team that's just below them. So CHMK at the moment in 10th place, Fire Beavers in 9th place. Just keep an eye on that kill feed. Just ensure that you're getting a little bit further. Maybe you can afford to be a little bit more aggressive when you start to notice teams around you have been eliminated from the competition, and you can then look for KP to try and increase that gap. They did just finish in 3rd place in the latest game. If they hadn't have got that, they might have been dropping out of the top 10, to be completely honest, because they were looking a little bit shaky at the start of the day. They need to now continue with that consistency they've just found, or create some consistency, after a difficult start to the day. Above them, though, I guess the good thing is Avantgarde have really struggled. They've struggled even more than Fire Beavers today. So Avantgarde need to find a little bit of that spice that we saw yesterday from them. You can say it's RNG, you can say it's circles, whatever, it doesn't matter. You've just got to win your fights. There are situations where we've seen teams lose straight 3v3s that on another day they probably wouldn't be losing, and it's about just having that communication, ensuring you're all pushing together and making sure you're on point, targeting the same person and winning those kills to get the KP.
Well, Horizon from Underrated was the man who clutched up in the 1v1 to win that last game, and as a solo player alive, let all the carnage ensue around him before making his move and winning that 1v1 against Dell in those final moments. And as you can see, the lobby reset. We're ready to go. Underrated, we will be watching, and they'll be dropping on their loot path to kick this one off. But it's been another impressive day from Underrated today, and I feel like a little bit more consistent than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, so that's going to be that first place for them. I mean, you look across their performances throughout this tournament, and they're in first place after a second place finish with 16 kills at the start of yesterday. They then finished in 18th, then 12th, then 6th, then 11th, then 16th, then 7th, then 15th, and now then 1st. They have been all over the shop, but what's been important is how many kills they've been picking up in those games where they've been performing well, and even the games where they struggled, still a lot of KP. It's 69 IQ. Now, in a little bit of a scuffle here with Totem Esports, Totem down to just 1. It's all down to a Maz. Not going to work out for them. And 69 IQ, some big kills for them because they were in 19th position coming into this game. They need a mammoth game as the teabagging comes back. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, the teabagging does come in. However, with all due respect, 69 IQ Esports, you're down in 19th place. So you've got to do a lot more of that before it starts to impress me. You know what I mean? You gotta get a few more of those on the board. And now we've actually got an exclusive look, thanks to the production here at GLL, of Horizon's inventory, Dan. As you can see in the top left-hand side, that is 457 excels.
Yeah, just to ensure that they can continue to push and push and push and push again with the ultimate of Revenant. We've seen it in every game that we go on board with them or the team that they're pushing. It's either 1, 2, or even sometimes 3 pushes in a row, and it's just so difficult to use up your resources because, I mean, you get pushed once, yes, okay, you send them back, but then you've got to all rebat, you've all re-heal, then you're going to get pushed again, and you're like, for goodness sake, can they just leave us alone? Because even after those pushes, even if you survive 3 different ultimates coming through, you've used so much just to stay alive that for the late game, you're not going to have anything left. Ammo is going to be depleted, resources are going to be gone, probably grenades out of the window. It's never fun.
Absolutely not. Certainly have to work very, very hard to hold off that team who have been so aggressive so far today. Just looking at where that circle is going, sorting factory, a major POI involved, but you also have launch site involved. So there's a few options of where that circle could end. There's a little stage just to the right-hand side, the northeastern little portion of launch site where it can finish. You also have that one that finishes just down on the truck, or it could finish within sorting factory itself on one of these platforms. So a lot of decisions to be made. And I tell you what, I've enjoyed the zones today because, again, I like zones around sorting factory. A lot of playable areas, whether it's roofs, whether it's buildings, whether it's rooms within buildings. It means that everyone can make a fairly safe rotation in, which leads us towards these crazy endgames.
And Na'Vi, who changed their drop spot again by the looks of things, are going to be in a decent position for the circle, but they are under a little bit of pressure, having to retreat from this fight, and that's because they cannot afford to lose a straight 3v3 in the early stages of this game. Otherwise, their chances of top 10 pretty much gone, as almost walking into a caustic barrel, and oh no, Strafey's gone down. Is going to be able to be picked up here, but at what cost? Not going to be picked up. Has to do the damage now. This is a huge moment. Kuya, what can you do? Naski, Yuki, and Dell on the other side, though. And of course, it's Naski, Yuki, and Dell. Who else but to just rub salt in the wounds as Na'Vi again find themselves eliminated in the early stages of this competition.
Na'Vi eliminated, and you feel like maybe their dreams of making the finals may well go with it. As we see, no creativity now involved in a fight. And even though I was saying it's easy to get into sorting factory and find your way to somewhere to play, and there's lots of playable areas, teams are just aping each other at the moment. It is as simple as that. Everyone desperate for KP. I think everyone realizes it's last chance saloon now in this game. They have to put up big KP. Those teams outside of, say, the top 15, the top 14 teams know that they need to have a monster game, and that means fighting everyone in your path.
Yeah, it's starting to get towards crunch time, isn't it? NCD on the other side of that one, just looking to see if they can pick up some free KP. 69 IQ after a little bit of teabagging earlier, and now in another engagement here. Good shot coming out from Slayers with the R301. Is able to back off slightly, but needs to help his teammates. Megito's gone down, so is Tycoon, and now it's all down to Slayers, who's been able to get back up to a full purple shield, but it's quite quickly depleted. It looks like there is 2 members down. I think this is a 1v1 mark.
1v1 situation here.
Oh!
It's just going to stick the down player. Don't worry. And it's going to be Frostox here, who is actually getting shot in the back as well, I think. And it's going to be unfortunate for him that you can see Slayers is now moving in. There might be an armor swap available, but he can't hit it at the moment. He's just dancing and dodging and diving around those knockdown shields. But 69 IQ do manage to pick up that kill. And I tell you what, the teabags that started earlier, I was questioning it. But now, with 2 team wipes on the board, maybe loosening up the hamstrings wasn't the worst idea in the world. Get them fired up.
Adrenaline teabags. Get it pumped, get it flowing through your veins so you can start hitting your shots, winning your fights. It was good from Slayers. He backed out of the fight. He did, of course, put his teammates at risk ever so slightly, but recognized the situation that it was important. He healed up to a full purple shield. Got cracked, but the opposition didn't push. And I guess that's another demonstration of what happens when you've got 2 teams who so desperately need points that it's just a very scary fight. Aqualix White were the team that they knocked out, and they were in 16th spot. So we may talk about 69 IQ being down in 19th, but they're only, 7 points behind Aqualix White. So both teams struggling at the moment, and both teams needed a huge game to jump up in the leaderboards. But it looks like it's 69 IQ are giving themselves the better chance of getting anywhere near that top 10 for now.
Well, Third Impact just currently chilling in Fragment East, and they have lost Jazaz on the rotation, so they have lost that Horizon player. I just wonder if that banner is retrievable for them. It looks like at the moment it's going to be being camped by the team, waiting for them to push in and take advantage of that 2v3 scenario. So Looks like they're going to have to, unfortunately, give up on Jazaz, who's going to have to just observe and spectate the rest of this game here for third impact. A little bit frustrating for them, of course, just maybe expecting that team to carry on their rotation, having looted the box and be able to move back and get their teammate in. But such is life, and such is Apex Legends sometimes as underrated. Guess what, Dan?
What?
They're looking to fight.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about triple cakes again, but we've got Swinny ready with the rest of the boys. There is the ultimate, and now here comes also the ultimate from Horizon, so they really want to get involved in this fight. Can they actually do the initial damage, though? They're going up against some gold armors, so plenty of health to work with on the other side. Are they going to bounce back in? Do they feel like they've done enough damage? K Swinny with the Arc Star. If he can stick one, that could be the calling sign for everyone to go in. The horn will be blown, the beacons will be lit, but it doesn't look like today that's going to be happening.
Gondor is safe for now.
For now.
As the Legion boys are inside of that building. The Legion boys have had a pretty good day today as well. I mean, just looking across the leaderboards, and they're currently kind of walking their way up the leaderboards in the right direction at the moment. Not quite where they need to be. They're certainly making an approach on where they want to be. In 15th at the moment on 36 points. CHMK on 51 points are holding down that 10th place spot. So within striking distance, but holding off underrated. As we know, it's not just about the first push down or the second. You know they're going to be thinking about the third and the fourth.
It's going to arrive. It is inevitable that they are going to go again at this team. And I think if you are on the receiving end, you also know it's inevitable. You've seen enough of the games. You've probably watched the broadcast back, and you've heard us talk about the constant pushes from underrated. They're in first place. They're big chillin'. They can do whatever they want. They've already got to the grand final at this point. They're just looking to make life miserable for everyone else in the lobby. You can see Scars in the bottom right-hand side of your map going for a long old rotation through Dome. Maybe looking to see if they can pick up some extra loot. Of course, in this circle, they can afford to just have a little tickle. They're not going to take too much damage, but it's whether they then go all the way through towards launch site, where they will be coming up against the aggressive 69 IQ. As I say, aggression. Here comes underrated again.
Inevitable. And the push coming in, the silence coming in from Horizon. They've done so much damage here, and this should be a clean wipe of the board. If they can get that damage done and get maybe one more knock, DaZo is going to be able to get one knock onto Ox in this fight. They jump pad back in, and now it's just a case of staying alive, delaying things, and these shots are just hitting hard, and Horizon just moving in to finish things off now. Two players have gone down. It's just about finding that final player who will be eliminated. So underrated at first, you don't succeed, you try again, and it works for them once more with the Revenant push.
Yeah, it's such a scary thing if you're that team, Legion boys. Nook does manage to get away, but they were just waiting for the inevitable, waiting for that push, hoping they could hold on. But this time the silences hit a little bit better, and the shots were very much more impactful from underrated. As now Nook needs to rat out a little bit. You were talking about Legion boys. They were in 19th place at the start of today's broadcast, right rock bottom. They did jump up after a second place finish earlier on, but they're still adrift by 15 points to that top 10. And realistically, ratting out, I'd say the best you're going to achieve, let's say you work a miracle, you get to the top 5. That's still only going to be 4 points for your team outside of any KP that it doesn't look like they were actually able to achieve. So that gets you, what, 4 points closer of that 15-point gap. But you have to imagine that teams above you are going to be finding that KP. You just got to do what you can, though, because it could come down to just a 1-point difference for this top 10. We've seen it happen before.
There's a big moment, excuse me, Dad, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. There's a big moment happening around launch site at the moment. You can see 69 IQ and Scars Europe, and also underrated, kind of a triangle here, and all of them in different positions in the leaderboard. 69 IQ are just kind of looking to fight anyone that they can at the moment and really take advantage of what they can. They're a long way behind at this point. Scars, who are kind of on the verge of qualification, they're just outside of that top 10, and then underrated, who are pushing everything, are also involved. So it looks like Scars are actually going to be moving more towards where underrated were, and 69 IQ, if they've got anything about them, might recognize that there's a third-party opportunity for them if they were to shadow this fight. Underrated just holding this choke at the moment. They're going to be more than aware that Scars are in the vicinity. It looks like they're just slowing down for now. The totem is available once more for Horizon. You can see the Scars, this is where they're located, on this bridge inside a launch site.
I love how you're like 69 IQ if they're smart enough. Well, they've only got an IQ of 69. But I've heard that is good enough to get an esports certification. So it's all right. You can do it, and you'll be absolutely fine. But you are right.
Sure
I mean,
to be honest, there's too many numbers in that test for me.
there's a lot of aggression in the lobby now, and we knew it was going to happen, especially from teams like Underrated, who have already guaranteed their spot into the top 10. There's no way they're going to be dropping into the bottom 10, so they are definitely just going to be running at everyone. But there's also teams who are kind of getting a little bit desperate for points now, who are saying, okay, we need to kind of ape anything, or if there's a third party that presents itself, we have to take it. We can see the rotation going a little bit further now from Scars, potentially moving all the way around towards Treeside, but that would find them next to Underrated, as you pointed out.
Yeah, this is tough. This is a super tough rotation for them. I mean, they've got to move down towards Underrated, and then just above them, you can see that Rugby and Sanya are posted up on top of that building just to the south of Sorting Factory. So a very, very tough rotation here for Scars to make. However, if they do make it, then that will certainly give them the confidence to move on and decimate the rest of the lobby in front of them. Underrated maybe have just opened things up for them, though. That door is going to be closing on the frag grenade. The frag grenade did not manage to get in, and Underrated now trying to put the pressure onto the team inside of this building. Shot's going to be hit, but doesn't going to be sent back. And it looks like, unfortunately, it's going to be CHMK who could hold off that push. And I say unfortunately for them, but fortunately for CHMK, they managed to get the job done there. Good hold, even though they were silenced, didn't have the abilities to work with, but managed to avoid those grenades. The closing of the door was absolutely vital.
Hold! There's going to be a lot of Lord of the Ring references now from this point, but I think that when you are going up against any sort of Revenant team, you just have to be very aware, and you all have to be completely on point to ensure that you're targeting the same person. Send one back, then send the next, then send the third. But unfortunately, it's never just as easy as that. When you're going up against a team like Underrated, who then sweep in a little bit later to do it all again. Bounce pad at the ready in case Rugby and the rest of the squad want to escape or dive on someone, but you'd imagine being in 10th place, they are responsible right now for just staying alive. They don't want to give anything away and sacrifice any easy placement points, as they've already secured one in this game. Top 15 gets you 1 placement point. Next, you want to break into that top 10 to get 2. As here comes, yet again, Underrated getting involved with another ultimate. This time it's going to be Scars Europe as the target.
Done pretty well here, Scars Europe, to make their way to where they have. This has been a really, really tough and treacherous road for them. However, they've made it halfway at this point. 13 squads remaining in the lobby. The door is going to be silenced, which is going to stop them moving towards that jump pad and making their next potential move. However, 30-30 repeater. If you can hit a few shots with this, Taishin, then you're going to create an opening at least for your team to maybe move up a little bit, inch forward. But now, worrying moments here for Scars Europe, as you can see that Underrated are moving back and are looking once again to force themselves up on the team here and do some damage.
Ring closes, a little bit of a lull. Everything gets a little bit more quiet. And this is a big, big moment for Scars. They are going to be moving on, bounce pad away. But as they move, they are going to be bringing a lot of tension towards themselves. So they need to be very careful, use every sort of rock, nook, cranny to get away. If they go up that direction, they will be greeted by Kick Esports. And what goodies are there? Just a gold shield, stick with the purple. Mobile respawn beacon was at least found, and we saw how that was helpful earlier on for Naski, Yuki, and Del. Maybe it can be something big for Scars here.
CHMK still holding the high ground, overlooking all of the action that's happening in Sorting Factory. But you can see not a lot of teams, to be honest, left alive in comparison to what we normally see around the Sorting Factory. And that is just due to the fact that everyone has been willing to fight. Everyone has been needing to fight to get those KP on the board, to force themselves into contention. You can see on the team tracker what teams have been eliminated as well. Third Impact still running as a 2. Unfortunately, couldn't get their player back into the game. But Reply out, Na'Vi out, Fire Beavers, Aqualix, no creativity, and Legion Boys, unfortunately, Nook wasn't able to rat out. And now you're going to see, RPR going to be beaming. And that's a little bit of revenge, maybe, for the rest of the lobby, as that is going to be Underrated, who are taken out. And it's just a hail of fire, not only from Scars Europe, but from all of the teams inside of Sorting Factory.
Everyone just chuckles away as the Revenant team starts to lose players. I think everyone just delighted that's going to be happening. 69 IQ after some aggressive early performances from them. They found themselves with a little bit of high ground, and that's some more KP. Naski, Yuki, and Dell get taken down. They're next on the list. Arya Stark, eat your heart out.
Well, the teabags were working. Keep teabagging, boys. They're certainly being effective at this point. The jump pad going to be destroyed as well to make sure that no one can follow them and shadow them up onto this high ground. As you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen, a little bit of a third-person view of everything that is going down. There is a team across from them, on a level playing field as far as height is concerned. So they have to be careful, but it looks like it might just be a solo player. If they can get the beams, then they can time that team fire coming in, as we're going to actually see Swinnigan be taken down by Badoli. It looks like Underrated still involved in this game, even though they did get beamed out of the sky quite a lot. The 69 IQ just holding down this high ground, and here's CHMK. Like we've seen them in position a lot of this game, now moving up towards the roof here of Sorting Factory, and that's Scars Europe that they're trying to shoot down onto.
Yeah, if they can take Scars Europe out, that would be fantastic, as they are above them. Kick Esports in a little bit of a scuffle right now, and there was actually 3 teams getting involved in this one. Kick, or what remains of Kick, might have to try and escape here, because otherwise they might find themselves in a little tricky situation. Robin does get at least the armor swap. It's going to be cross on after a very difficult day. They could very much use top 5 placement with some points to break their way back into the top 10. 11 points adrift at the moment, and they did start in that top 10, but they just slowly but surely have found themselves struggling even more and more. They've done all right here. They find themselves in prime position in Sorting Factory within that next circle. Have a lot of cover. Shouldn't be pushed from behind at the moment. Just need to be patient here. Show enough presence in certain positions so they don't get pushed up on. As a kidnap attempt comes through from Third Impact. Did you get it off?
Doesn't look like they managed to quite connect as they would have wanted. That team's going to be forced off of high ground, though. So the defensive bombardment doing enough here for Third Impact. Maybe not getting the kidnap they were looking for, but creating the distraction and creating the opportunity for them to move up and at least own a little bit more real estate than they would have been doing just a few moments ago. And that's Mandy going to be taken down by Third Impact. So Scars Europe, when they needed a big performance in these final games, unfortunately, it's starting to fall apart. Tashin has been eliminated, and I think that is them now taken out of this game 10. And it's going to be Third Impact who have the impact on the game. And Scars Europe confirmed on the right-hand side of your screen, eliminated. Now only 2 games left for them to really find something special.
Yeah, Scars not even able to get into that top 10 and secure that extra point for placement. Circle's coming in, though. Third Impact, or what's left of Third Impact now, moving on in. And it is going to be CHMK in an also quite a prime position here, just above Sorting Factory. Can rain down hell on those that are below them. Have ultimates to work with. Sanya with the defensive bombardment. Could actually do a lot of damage here, but saving it arguably for a little bit later when it might be even more important. Avantgarde, who've struggled a little bit, get the stick, does Plushka. Now going to try and push in, but almost does damage to himself.
Yeah, just launched himself into that Arc Star. Now going to have to take a few seconds using that dome to get the battery off. His teammate Diffhouse is going to go down, though, unfortunately, in the pad on the door has done a lot of damage, but so does an EVA 8, and they will look to finish these downs just to secure those KP and also get an armor swap off before the inevitable third party does come in to really add to the carnage here. Avantgarde trying to survive, trying to do what they can, using the knockdown shields, and now deciding that they have to retreat outside here as that team is trying to push and get aggressive and finish them off.
Yeah, suddenly Can of Worms has very much been opened here. Everyone getting involved in its NCD, looking to try and clean up and pick up the pieces, pick up the KP here. Badoli with the Mastiff, plenty of bullets to work with, and a Spitfire also in the back pocket as we're down to just 6 now. NCD do sweep up here. Need to be careful at oncoming shots coming from that direction, but it looks like they should be able to reset successfully as things should quieten down a little bit, at least for the next 20 seconds, as most teams have found themselves in at least a building or some cover. Jakku, I think the last remaining player of Kick, also just ratting out in the corner. Might get spotted out by 69 IQ though.
Well, unfortunately for Tycoon, he missed the Octane pad up to the high ground. So he's now going to be split down low. And even as a 2, you want to be playing as close together as possible. Nags is still alive as well, trying to force his way in to his teammates Badoli and Dolphin. Ziki still alive here for Third Impact as well, although he might not be longed for this game. As you can see him taken down to about 15 HP left, but NCD again, what a day they've had so far, Dan. And Dolphin's been leading the charge. Really hasn't missed too many bullets that I can remember.
Yeah, they had a silly game, I'd say. I don't know where I was going with that one. They had a game where they struggled in the last one. They finished in 19th, and that was off the back of a victory today with 17 kills, where they had already done the job. They're going to be comfortable within that top 10 now, after starting today outside of the top 10. Balong just below them, trying desperately to stay alive. Tycoon X also just crawling his way into the circle. We're getting to a point now where you're going to have to drop off for a lot of these teams, and that's where you start to see all the ultimates break through.
I believe it's starting to kick off now. You're seeing EMPs, you're seeing bubbles, you're seeing defensive bombardments, and all of it is being used to clear teams out. 69 IQ look like they will be eliminated here. Roman trying to get aggressive with the hammer points on the Mozambique as well, trying to do as much flesh damage as physically possible. And now Croissant going to be retreating inside of the building, going to be forced through this door though, and forced to try and find somewhere to play. They found a little corner behind a respawn beacon as well, and they've also found a solo Bloodhound who is alive. That was Bodoli who got taken down, and now as they move in, the carnage starts kicking off once more. Kana looking for an armor swap, doesn't get the one that he wanted, but it should be enough to maybe do some damage, but Clone can't get it done, and CHMK, who were overlooking so much of the action for so long of that game, do finally come in and sweep up to claim a victory in that game. I mean, match 10, it was a very interesting one for me. The pace of it at the start was absolutely crazy, and then with Sorting Factory having so much room to play, even with most of the lobby alive, the fact that we had so few teams just meant that everyone was just chilling, just waiting for that final moment where they were forced to finally fight, and it is CHMK who had pretty much the best position for the entirety of that game who closed things out.
Yeah, CHMK trying to solidify their spot in the grand final. They were in 10th, but a victory and some kills to boot means that they should be able to push their way up even further in the leaderboard. And Croissant as well, who were in 12th position, I think got second place there, had KP to work with. That's bad news for the likes of Scars Europe, because everyone around them seemed to have a good game, and that's going to make things increasingly more difficult as we get into our last couple of games. As last chance saloon for teams like Scars Europe and Succubus, who are just outside of that top 10. An insane last circle, just ultimate abilities everywhere. I like the positioning from Croissant. They took the advantage of inside the building, had to push out eventually, swept up some KP, but it was the high ground from CHMK that ultimately gave them the victory, and also some decent shots being landed to sweep things up. A great performance from them, and I'm sure they'll be delighted as they are going to be ever closer to that grand final now.
Yeah, really important for CHMK to put those points on the board coming into this game. Like you mentioned, were the team holding down 10th place, and that is going to create the separation that they were looking for as far as their qualification is concerned. Concerning for anyone outside of the top 10 now when the 10th place team does put those points on the board. But it's time for us to go to a break. We've got 2 more games left in the semi-finals. We'll also get to updating you on what is going on in our other semi-final as soon as we possibly can. But for now, it's time for a break. We'll see you very soon.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah. 'Cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sit. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on the yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. Bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money.
Two games to go then, everybody. We are getting into the business end of the GLL semi-finals for the Masters Spring. And I mean, for some teams, Dan, it's a case of we got to go. We got to go right now. And for some teams, it's probably a case of after that last game, they're looking and thinking, is it actually possible for us to make this run we need to qualify into the finals for the GLL Masters Spring? Here is your scoreboard after the last game. Scars getting inside of that top 10. Not a huge amount of points, though. CHMK at the top, taking a lot of points away with 19. But Croissant, once again, somehow just pulling a performance out of the bag that might be enough for them to force their way towards that top 10.
A lot of kills kind of spread across the board in this game. No one having that mammoth game, which is pretty scary, actually, if you are fighting for that top 10, because it means a lot of teams were able to pick up points here or there. There is a gap of 6 points between Croissant and Fire Beavers then. Croissant going back up to 10th place. Fire Beavers now dropping out. Scars Europe are 14 points behind 10th still. And as I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, Kick were the one team I was a little bit worried about within that top 6. They have dropped down to 9th position. They are the closest out of the big teams at the start of today who could maybe be overtaken if a couple of teams have a big game. But all they need is just some kind of average performances and they should be all right. But same with Avantgarde, CHMK. They're all just on that teetering line, potentially getting overtaken. But we need to see something big from the likes of Fire Beavers, from the likes of other teams in those areas. But this is the leaderboard after game 10 of 12 in Group 2, Mark. And it's a similar story for the likes of Solo Q Goats. They are 3 points behind 10th place.
But look at the run from Le Site de France, a much, much better day from them. And they're not too far away now. 7 points for them to get into 10th place. So a late rally from the French trio to try and force their way into those qualification spots. But I mean, Alliance, T-Rex and Nessie have pretty much been there at the top. The same with Gambit and Major Pushes. They've been dominating that top 5 and 126 points on the board for T-Rex. What a performance it's been in the first 10 games from them. But you're right. I mean, Solo Q Goats and Le Site de France, you have to say, are the two teams who are trying to force their way in, that are more the notable teams in the European region that we've seen make finals a lot of the time. And it just seems like we always say, you know, to repeat myself once more, but you look at the longer format and you're always like, the best teams should get in here, the most consistent teams. And you can't argue that the best teams are going to go through. The most consistent teams are going to go through. And it's just a surprise when we don't see some of those big names stepping up and making it into those top 10 spots.
Yeah, well, the thing is, we've got more than 20 amazing teams now in the competitive Apex Legends scene for Europe, to be completely honest. So it's all well and good saying, like, oh, one of the best teams didn't necessarily make it. For the most part, we usually get the best teams, but we just have more than 20. It's not always going to be a situation where the same teams are making it, even though we see great consistency throughout some of these European teams. We're always going to see one or two just not quite make it to that grand final, as we don't quite make it into match number 11.
You took the words out of my mouth then. I was going to say, we don't quite make it to the grand final. We don't quite make it off of the dropship. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we're going to get the lobby restarted as quickly as possible, which gives us a chance to just break down the leaderboards a little bit more, as I have a quick refresh. If production wouldn't mind just throwing that up once more, just so we can break down who needs to do what. That'd be absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. Gunnar, you're on fire today, my friend. The producer in my ear has been doing a fantastic job, not only on this show, but for all of the GLL regions and all of the shows that have been going on. I know he's been working incredibly hard, and he's looking forward to a long rest after the tournament is done and dusted. But underrated at the top, as we said, looking very, very impressive once more. 58 kills really has been the difference for them. The way that they have approached this has been incredibly important to their success so far. But I mean, the teams we need to keep our eyes on here, Dan: Fire Beavers, Scars Europe, Succubus, pretty much I would say the teams which are in striking distance with the only 2 games left. But also we need to keep an eye on the kill feed for Avant-Garde, Kick and Croissant, because they're the teams that you feel could slip down. Kick, I know that you were talking about before, but Croissant, yeah, even with that last game, you've been saying they've been up and down, right? And they have been consistently throughout the tournament so far. They've, as I look across the scores here for their placements, it's been a case of 10th, and then they had a 7th, and then 5th, and 2nd. I mean, it's been up and down, to say the least. But when they've needed to put in a performance and get points, they somehow have managed to scrap them together.
Yeah, they've had a first and they've had a second, but outside of that, it's been pretty terrible for them, if I'm completely honest. They've had 2 big games, everything else has been awful, and they can't really afford to have any more awful games. Great, they got second place in that game, they pushed themselves back up in the leaderboards, but it was something I think I harped on about earlier. You can't just afford to live off one. You now need to find a little bit of consistency to ensure you stay ahead of these bottom 10, because the likes of Fire Beavers could pop off as well, and you need to make sure you've popped off enough so they cannot overtake you and their pop off isn't quite as big as yours. For a team like Na'Vi, I've been trying to hope that they were going to have this comeback scenario and they were going to be, you can't just afford to live off one. You now need to find a little bit of consistency to ensure you stay ahead of these bottom 10, because the likes of Fire Beavers could pop off as well, and you need to make sure you've popped off enough so they cannot overtake you and their pop off isn't quite as big as yours. For a team like Na'Vi, I've been trying to hope that they were going to have this comeback scenario and they were going to be able to break into the top 10, but 30 points now, Mark, between them and 10th, and that's before we even get any points added to the top 10. It's going to have to be something close to a miracle, if I'm completely honest. They need 2 big games. It can't just be one. They need 2 mammoth games to get back into things. So I think the likelihood of that happening is pretty slim, but you never know. Legion boys have managed to crawl up a little bit. 69 IQ esports have also been able to push themselves up from 19th spot in the previous game. So there is still a chance for some of these lower teams, but really, I think you're completely right. Avant-Garde, Kick, Croissant, they're going to be our focuses in the top 10.
The biggest standout stat for me in all of this is, you look across kills, right? Underrated on 58 kills, Reply Totem 41-40. Go all the way down to 12th and Scars. Placement-wise, they've been not too bad. It's been kills. 18 kills, one of the lowest in the lobby, which is a surprise to me. Even though they haven't had zones go their way, they would have had third-party opportunities. They would have had team fights that they would have been involved in. And obviously, they've been coming up, for whatever reason, on the wrong side of that. That's something which is the inconsistent, if you like, in this lobby at the moment, as far as other teams around them. And that has been the difference for them, just a lack of kill points on the board.
Yeah, and I don't know whether that's down to them just being a little bit terrified to try and third party because their back has been against the wall so often in this tournament, where they haven't really had that big game, so they haven't had that comfort blanket of being able to say, okay, well, you know what? We're already in a spot where we're probably going to finish around top 10, so we can afford to maybe third party this team. Instead, it's been a constant affair of them saying, well, we need to push for placement here. We've got a good position. We can try and push into this next circle, or we probably shouldn't push that team We've also got to look at some of the circles they've had go against them. There has been a few Western circles which made it very difficult for them to rotate, but even ones that have been on their side, they've been able to get in early, position themselves well, but they just haven't been taking those fights. They've been more concerned about trying to win the game, which, okay, is great, it's a battle royale, but they haven't been able to pick up those pieces in those final game circles. So maybe we need to see a little bit more aggression out of them if they're going to break into that top 10.
On the flip side of that, I'm just looking across the scores from GYD today. I mean, another team who were pretty much in the same position coming into the second day that Scars were. And I'm looking across now, game 6, second place. Game 7, second, 11th, and then second again, and then 9th in that last game. But, I mean, what a turnaround it's been for them today. Just found that form once again, found a way to get into those final battles. Maybe just a little bit annoyed with those second places. They didn't manage to actually take home a win, but consistency has been key for them today. It's always been a staple of that lineup, how they've been able to finish consistently. You always see them in that top 5 when they've been playing at their best, and it's good to see them finally finding that form once more, finding their way to get inside of those top 5 placements, maybe not having that little bit of clutch factor in those last few moments, which is probably down to the fact that they haven't been making it on day 1 to those end zones as much, and haven't been in those situations to kind of run through 1,000 times. But a much better day from them, and shows what going away, reviewing and coming back can do to you.
Yeah, they are the highest team without a victory at the moment when you look across the leaderboard. So they haven't got that dub, but it doesn't matter too much when it is a game about consistency at the end of the day. It's not match point format. They don't have to worry about it. They just have to get into those grand finals. And you'd imagine 78 points, they should be comfortable now. And they would have been delighted if you had told them that at the start of the day, that with 2 games left, they're going to be in a very comfortable position. I think a lot of it down with GYD is they've been comfortable taking fights as well. Like, quite often they've been pushing towards teams when they do hear fights close enough to them. They've not been scared to try and third party. And not only does picking up the KP, of course, help you out, but you're getting all the loot as well. You're getting to pick up extra ammo, extra grenades, extra resources that are going to really help you in the later game. It's all well and good saying, well, let's just kind of wait and camp in a building, hold our position for this final circle. But how many times have we seen teams do that with grey armors, a lack of resources to heal yourself up, a lack of grenades to get engaged with some fights, and then really struggle because of that? So it does really help just adding a little bit of aggression, but doing it at the right time.
We'll take a look at the second group as well that's going on at the moment, just to remind everyone that of course these games are going on at the same time, and this is where our other 10 teams will come from for the grand final when we get the opportunity to do so. And there's some surprises in this group as well. I know that Alliance were dominating, we're looking extremely strong a little bit earlier today, but we're going to hold off on that right now. Oh no, we're not, because guess what, ladies and gents, history has repeated itself and the match has been ended by the admin. So apologies for that. We'll get into the game as soon as possible. We're going to take the opportunity to actually have a very quick break while the players just get back into that lobby, but don't go anywhere. 2 games remaining. We will bring them to you. I promise you. That is a promise from Onset and Dan. We'll be back soon.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me
what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
You coulda had it all, you coulda had it all. All of my good stuff, all of my kisses were yours. But baby, don't call. I'm done praying on you. A queen like me needs more from you. Hot girl summer, done waiting on you. Where my queen's at? And I appreciate that. Where my queen's at? I'm done waiting on you. I'm done waiting on you. Don't care if you judge me. Don't need you to love me. I dance on my own. I don't care if they watch me. You coulda had it all. You coulda had it all. You coulda had it all, but you didn't come right. You didn't come right. Now you wanna come call me. I'm done praying on you. A queen like me needs more from you. Hot girl summer, done waiting on you. Where my queen's at? And I appreciate that. Where my queen's at? I'm done waiting on you. I'm done waiting on you.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is the part where you hit the hideout. This is the part where you start to vibe out. Yeah. Vibe out with me, you know. Vibe out. Yo, I'm trying to chill, I ain't trying to wild out. Something I can feel, turn it up and vibe out. Yeah. Vibe out with me, man. Vibe out. Say it to me. This is the part where you hit the hideout. This is the part where you start to vibe out. Vibe out with me. Vibe out. Yeah. Yo, I'm trying to chill, I ain't trying to wild out. Something I can feel, turn it up and vibe out. Vibe out with me. Yeah. Vibe out. Let the smoke go up in the air, ride low, take it slow, no cares, ride. So, yeah, let the smoke.
Welcome back, everybody. Don't worry, the game is apparently loading in the background. We're getting into our penultimate game of the semi-finals. It's been a long old slog for these teams over the last 2 days, Dan, but as I've said 1,000 times, it is business time now.
It's business. It's business time. I had to. I had a word with the admin. I pulled it to one side.
It's business time. Ooh.
Stop showing me the money.
Still got my button.
Why do
Sorry,
we give
carry
him
on.
that button? I pulled the admin to one side, had a little word, and I said, "Can you
Get it
stop
going.
ending the games?" And he said,
it
"Yeah."
going.
So like, it's good. We can get this game going. We can get 11th match underway. And okay, I'm gonna give you a bold prediction, Mark.
Go on.
I think one of Avantgarde or Kick are going to finish in the bottom 10.
Wow. It's bold.
It's edgy. It's Dan Gaskin all over. All right, we're into the game. You can see players are running around. They're looting. That is good news for everybody, including you all at home for being so patient, for sticking with us. Apologies for the little delay, the little tech delay. There's nothing we can do about it. But the good news is, as you can see, action back underway now. 19 squads remaining. Don't worry too much. Just a reminder that one of the teams, unfortunately, weren't playing today, who were bottom of the table. So we're starting off every lobby with 19 teams in. And CHMK are winners of the last game, who pretty much with that win as well put themselves in a very good spot for qualification. They're going to be looting in their usual loot path, and when we get the opportunity to bring up that map, oh, look at that. The observers just on point right now. And for third impact, great news. This could be finishing right towards survey camp, where they're already looting. They should be in prime position. And a big circle here for Scars as well. On the eastern side of the map, they don't have a long rotation to make. They can get to epicenter. They can hold a lot of teams out, and they can make a pretty comfortable rotation in.
Yeah, loot up very fast if you're Scars Europe here. You want to ensure you get enough to work with and then get into that circle nice and early. I mean, there's always going to be the temptation to actually try and push TI, but it's TI. I mean, Third Impact have just been performing so well, because if you're quick enough and you're Scars, you could get up to Refinery and potentially take a 3v1. But it's very difficult to kind of transfer yourself over the map that quickly without being spotted, and then of course Third Impact would group up and you're taking a fight against one of the best teams in the lobby right now in terms of consistency. But for other teams that are more southern side of the map, they're going to have a very long and difficult rotation. They're going to get caught in several chokes. It's going to be like gladiators for them. Once they're past one, they're going to have to push into another, as we have another early fight. 69 IQ, back at it again, wanting to take down Totem, wanting to drop some more PG tips and see how it all goes.
At the moment, no one really has the advantage in this fight. However, 69 IQ are W keen, and they have to be honest with you. And it worked for them in the last game as well. Picked up more points than they have in the previous few games, so they're going to look to do something very similar there. You can see the Thermite just falling short of that window to do any particular damage. The gun shield is going to be up from Gibraltar as well, just ADS in and making sure that any damage that he takes isn't going to bleed through to those shields and that HP as well. So Smeggy Toe now making his move a little bit wider, looking to make some angles. And speaking of angles, Na'Vi, unfortunately, this could be the end of their run in the GLL tournament that we have going on at the moment. It's all up to Kuya. He needs to clutch up. If he doesn't win this, it is done and dusted for Na'Vi. However, he's going to get the drop, and he will clean things up. So even though Nesh was finished, only one teammate is down. He will be able to get the res here, and he will be able to get the respawn. So for Na'Vi fans, big moment for you. At least you are still alive. The tournament is still in the balance. But look at this. Dolphin pushing up, and he knows that Kuya is a solo, and he might be moving into position here with his team to think about finishing off these respawners.
Yeah, and Kuya's going straight for the res, rather than, of course, picking his teammate up, maybe recognizing that a potential third party was coming through. And here comes NCD. And also, this fight is still happening. Totem Esports against 69 IQ. And Totem Esports, they lost it last time. It looks like they're on top this time. It's a 2 versus 1. And they've been able to get that final kill onto Smeggy Toe. I don't think they're going to have time to drop the teabags, though, because it looks like another team has arrived. And they're going to have to get out of dodge there. Sharp on just a slither of health and has to escape.
Yeah, multiple teams in the area. You can see that, unfortunately, they didn't manage to clean things up. So they will move in and they will pick up some loot, but they won't get the KP on the board. So unfortunately, Aqualux White now also moving in on this location, trying to do a little bit of damage and see if they can beat the fourth party to arrive. Brit Marie taking a lot of damage, though, you can see on the Octane, and having to back down now and pop a battery, but will be safe to do so and have a nice head glitch to play with as well. But already, you can see the pace and the momentum at the start of this game is going to be very similar to what we saw in the last game. A lot of teams at the bottom of the table, desperate to find anyone in front of them to push, to give themselves the opportunity to maybe make a little bit of a hero play and a hero run in these last 2 games. But that means when we get to the end game, there's going to be less teams alive, more space to play with.
And it can be quite frustrating if you're one of those teams who's around like 11th or 12th, and you know full well that the teams below you are kind of just going to be aping everything. They can not only just ruin their own game, but they can ruin your game as well. With one stupid push, that can be enough to encourage other people to third party you, put themselves and you in a detrimental position. So it can be a little bit frustrating. And Avantgarde, one of those teams who have had a little bit of fall from grace today. Fantastic day 1, but it looks like day 2 is not going so well for them. That's going to be one of their members falling. Can they actually get the res off? Naski is going to be on the other side getting the frag kill. So it's Naski, Yuki, and Del taking on Avantgarde at the moment.
And at the moment, it's 1-0 to GYD. Avantgarde trying to back up here. Might be able to get the banner and going to be forced to use the defensive bombardment in order to just force the team back. They might actually be able to sneak and get this banner. As Defausa will be able to drop down, but look at this. Naski trying to deny that banner and trying to pick up some KP, but there's another team moving in from Refinery. And that might be Third Impact who are starting to overlook all of this. And look who's coming through the tunnel as well. It's going to be Kick Esports who can have a real say on this. As Del now 1 HP, has to back up. Jumps into the void, I'd imagine, though, on the Wraith, and will be able to back up.
That was very much squeaky bum time for Del. Manages to get away, though. They're in a really good spot where they currently sit, so they need to just be a little bit careful. Of course, they should be comfortably within that top 10 to get through to the grand finals after some fantastic performances today. 3 second-place finishes. They really have been everything that everyone would want to achieve in terms of consistency. Avantgarde have got the banner and can escape. Question is, are they going to be able to get that third member back up without being pushed by any other teams? And that's a bounce pad off the back of the head. Send yourself to the chiropractor after that one. That's not going to feel so good.
Yeah, I've done that a lot of times in ranked recently. So I was like, pad me. I just lob it at the back of their head, pat ahead of them, and slowly watch their body fall to the floor as I escape, giggling to myself, playing as Octane. But Avantgarde managing to get both players out, a little bit more consistent than I am with that bounce pad, but Plushka now going to be able to hopefully hit this respawn and get his teammate back into the game. More difficult to get him back to where that loot is. We can see so many teams now are going to be on the northern side of the map. You can see that Scar's in a great position as well. They are the team who are playing those train carts just to the left of where Refinery is on your overhead there. A couple of teams moving in from the southern side of the map as well. Going to be based around Sorting Factory, and you can see that Na'Vi have managed to at least get Nesh back into this game. So Q and Nesh will be working together now just on the outside of Harvester, but there's also a team, or I should say a solo player here from Totem Esports who's moving up behind them, and that's Savage, and we know how much damage he can do.
NCD have a solo around them at the moment. I'm not sure they're aware of it. They're
just going to transition at the moment from Totem.
Yeah, they've been separated, and they'll look to reconvene at some point and get back together. And you were speaking about Na'Vi and the situation they're in. I mean, great, they've got back up to 2, but they need more than just a game where they rat out into top 5 or anything like that. They need a game where they slay out, Mark. They can't afford to just have a couple of bum games where they struggle. We need to see something fantastic from them. Speaking of fantastic, Naski, Yuki, and Del, it looks like they're pushing in on Kick, which they are. They've already got one. At the final one, the melee comes through. And this is impressive performance from GYD.
Yeah, this is what we want to see from them. A little bit of confidence from them, finally.
Not good news for Kick,
though. They've had a very, very good day today.
Really bad news for Kick. I said I was a bit worried for both Kick and Avantgarde, and both of them have been pushed by Naski, Yuki, and Del. And that's great news for the likes of Firebeavers, the likes of Scars Europe, because the teams that just ahead of you are struggling a little bit. And how many times have we seen, just when you think you're close to getting into the next round, you just fall apart in the last matches and suddenly you're pipped at the finish line. That's what Kick are going to be worrying about at the moment. Same for the likes of Croissant as well. They're the 10th place team. They're the team that everyone's going to be eyeing up. Whilst there is a little bit of a gap between 10th and 11th, it's not much.
Going to see the crypto drone going in here, desperately trying to pick up these banners. It would be really impressive driving skills. It would be RC car-esque. Manages to get one. Does he get the recall as well? It looks like he does. So he's managed to pick up one at least. They might have to wait a few more moments to get the drone back, unless he managed to recall that just in time. It was destroyed, as you can see there. So Denze's going to have to wait here for Kick Esports to try and go back in with that drone and get that second banner. But this could be a really, really important play here for Kick Esports. But Denze's got to be very aware of where this team is landing now. And I think that is GYD now making their way to rotate back to where they were holding just a few moments ago. So Denze may be thinking it might just be worth giving up that banner and just trying to get the respawn of my teammate. Now Denze's actually coming under fire. So massive moments here for Kick. He's been spotted out and somehow doing such a good job to stay alive here. Really important for him to do so. And also a good indication of how important crypto can be. Not only picking up those banners, but you can hit the respawn beacon as well without having to show yourself and expose yourself on the beacon itself. So lots of itself's in that sentence, but Hopefully it all makes sense right now as he goes for that respawn.
Just having a little fly around, having a little scout Rooney, seeing if he can see who's where, give that information, just to let his teammates know when they drop out of the sky, or teammate, should I say. Here comes the AMP. Doesn't look like he's going to go for the res just yet, though. And it's important that Kick do rat their way out, try and get into the top 15 at least to get themselves 1 point, because 1 point could really make the difference. As Aqualix White, another team who have struggled a little bit today, are down to just 1. And you could imagine that if they go out here, which they have, that may be their tournament over. The only team below them is Na'Vi. And they found themselves finishing in 17th position in this game. Here's Croissant. Currently 10th place, the team to beat, the benchmark for the lobby. They need to have a big game. They need to stay ahead of the pack here.
Yeah, Croissant doing what they can to hold on, and to be honest, it feels like they are holding on to a 10th place spot at the moment, but they are doing it, and that's all you need to do. And first is as good as 10th in these lobbies. As you're going to see, trying to just loot up a little bit, trying to see what they can steal away from the bodies, but coming under fire as well. As you can see where that zone is pulling towards Survey Camp very, very heavily. And you can see GYD and Scars currently posturing each other, currently facing each other. And it looks like Mandy's got to be very, very careful here, because GYD trying to get very aggressive at the very northern tip of that circle onto Mandy. Taishin's currently overlooking where third impact are. So he's kind of a little bit disengaged and might have to move towards his teammates now. As you can see, the GYD are safe. As we now jump over to another fight that's going on in Avant-Garde. Well, we said that they've been under a little bit of pressure. And we said that they needed to put in a performance to hold on to a top 10 spot. And it looks like they are making a run in these penultimate game as well.
Yeah, both Totem and Na'Vi were down here with Avant-Garde. And I don't know if Avant-Garde sniffed out that maybe they were both without that extra player. Na'Vi now trying to get away from that fight, still with just the 2 players, trying to get as far as they can to pick up placement points. Still no teams yet in the lobby achieving 1 placement point. You have to get to top 15, remember. But for Avant-Garde, at least that's some KP on the board. I think it was only 1 or 2 that they picked up, but that still puts them a little bit closer to securing their spot in the top 10. Whereas in the actual circle, I mean, there were a lot of teams trying to put themselves in prime position. GYD, we're having a little sniff towards Scars. Scars are trying to spread themselves out a little bit here to try and take up as much room as they can around those train carts. Maybe hoping that the circle is going to be pulling their way.
Na'Vi still involved, but as you say, they're going to need to be more than just involved at this point. Very, very difficult situation to find themselves in. And now you're going to see it is going to be the end of Totem Esports now, as Jay Savage is taken down. He's had some really big individual performances, especially in the game that we saw earlier where he had that Kraber in his hands, and now NCD just finishing off these kills as well. That's going to be Desert UK eliminated as well. Dolphin continues his tear today, and he has been one of the standout players, I think, overall, for what he's brought to the party. The amount of shots that he's hit, the amount of aggression that he's shown on the Octane as well. And then you see the team tracker and who is missing. No creativity, gone. Totem Esports gone. Aqualux, 69 IQ, and New Esports all eliminated, which means there's still a lot of teams still involved, Dan, who are still in that scrap for the top 10.
Yeah, a couple of our top teams eliminated from this round in the semi-final, so that's going to be good news for those who are trying to pick up points. There's going to be KP available as well, but there's going to be a lot of nervy teams, and a couple of teams who have dropped down to just 2 players, some down to just 1, trying to rat it out, trying to survive. We saw Kick for a while. They were just on 1 person. It's going to be very important that they stay alive and get as much placement as possible, as NCD goes straight into that Revenant ult. Death Totem has been dropped onto the floor, and now here comes the bounce pad as well. Dolphin again showing some aggression, seeing if they can pick up some free KP, but deciding to back out. Don't think it's worth it at the moment, and instead, they're going to head the other way.
Yeah, interesting to see a change of composition here for NCD as well, getting the Revenant on the lineup. Maybe just looking to target some teams who are approaching that top 10 and knock them out of the tournament. Sometimes you got to do that sort of thing, right? If they see the likes of Scars and they realize they're out of the top 10, you want to make that finals lobby as easy as you can. You don't want a team like that who has the experience to go through. There's also a Kraber in the game as well, and Badoli's on the receiving end of it. And Avant-Garde now pushing up onto this position, but good shots from distance, and also an EMP coming in. Going to slow things down for both teams, but the shots hit once more, and the Kraber is in the hands of Go here. And he's looking to line up a few shots and take a few domes.
First victim doesn't quite connect. Has a second bite of the cherry, but I don't think he's actually going to get a shot off. He's going to have to go for someone else. But it's not easy to hit an Octane flying through the air. Defensive bombardment comes through. NCD under a little bit of pressure. Wow. Oh, Dolphin. Now, we've seen Dolphin do some incredible things today. Can he pop off here and survive? CH misses the shot. I'm not sure that he knew. Oh, he hits. I think that was actually the shield. He doesn't get the 145. And now, it's really important that Dolphin survives. Should be able to get the armor swap. ZH, a lot of responsibility with the Kraber here.
I mean, Dolphin's doing what he has to do here, and that is finish off kills. The teammate is holding the red shield as well, so it's not going to be a clear shot. And Dolphin, once again, is showing great experience in this moment. 145, though, is going to change things up, and now he's going to move in. Dolphin is going to have to wiggle. He's going to have to work, but Dolphin, once again, somehow turns things around. The armor swap came in, and I said the man's been on fire. That is a prime example of prime G-Dolphin.
I mean, you're not going to be the coach of TSM and not have a little bit of firepower yourself. What a fantastic play that was. Just getting ready for that armor swap. Very beneficial to be on mouse and keyboard rather than controller for that exact reason. And that's going to be difficult for Avantgarde then. They went out in 14th spot. Croissant now in 10th place are also under a little bit of pressure. Robin down to very low amount of health, but Kana doing a great job with the Volt, and it's going to be enough to get the kills and get the KP. But can the Rezzers actually pop out here? Looks like Croissant have been able to survive this one.
Yeah, Croissant doing a great job to win that fight as well. And you can see in the background all the teams just stacking up upon each other now inside of Server Camp. You can see a defensive bombardment coming in as well. Denze's still alive, by the way, for Kick Esports, which is incredibly important for them. If they manage to see this out and get inside of that top 10, they're 9th at the moment going into this game. And looking to hold on to a top 10 spot. You can see and Denze's just trying to be as anonymous as possible. Anonymous mode engaged. As Fire Beavers now move in. Damage being taken here by Taskmaster, but dealing out some damage himself. He should be able to get the finish and an armor swap too. So many shots just whizzing by his head though. Sunset does go down in the fight, but they should be able to get the res.
Fire Beavers need those points. They need to stay alive, but it's NCD again showing aggression here. Kraber in hand for Dolphin. That's a very scary, scary thing to be in the lobby. And NCD just ruining everyone else's tournaments at the moment, switching over to this composition that you mentioned earlier. Dolphin in death protection can be a little bit more aggressive and can push into no man's land and goes for the no scope, but gets sent back.
I love what I'm seeing from Dolphin. Just so much confidence in the way that he is playing. Ninems has been taken down in the feed as well. Badoli getting involved as Taskmaster also eliminated. So GYD involved in some fighting as well. One bullet left in this Kraber for Dolphin to maybe hit a shot. The charge rifle is going to alert him to the position of a player behind that rock. However, going to be backing up. And sometimes you just got to reel it in a little bit. Dolphin playing crazy aggressive, trying for angles, full of confidence and adrenaline, but doesn't want to throw things away here for his team. Needs to make sure that they commit themselves to that top 10 spot, that they make sure and don't leave it down to that final game.
Great news for Scars Europe being in the top 6. A couple of kills I can see that they've got to work with as well. Bad news for them, though, is Croissant were still alive. They're the team that they're chasing. Kick, I think, may have fallen a little bit earlier, unless one has managed to rat out. But if we can get confirmation of what teams are left, that would be fantastic when we can get that overlay to come up, because it would be great to see if Kick were eliminated. But here comes the red, here comes the circle, and everyone now having to push in at the same time. Kick were eliminated in 7th place, so they did really well to rat out to that position, as now Dead Inside also eliminated with the red here.
Down to our final 5 teams then. You can see the CHMK are trying to make their rotation as well, using that jump pad. GYD have taken the high ground, going to be forced to use that Gibraltar bubble, but Scars Europe in prime position here in the lobby, up on the high ground. And Anakin couldn't get it done. And I'm sure that phrase has been used far too much in esports. However, it's still applicable as Eva 8 in hand. Now Tashi, full of confidence, starts to move in. Going to finish off this kill now onto Nags. Looking for more as well. Can't quite find the shots to connect. But that is going to clear out those cards. And now the rest of his team, they move in as well.
Anakin did turn into one of the greatest villains of all time, though. So maybe this could be the villain story for Scars Europe. And they need desperately a big game here. First place would be absolutely huge for them. They've got some KP, but they need to be thinking about their positioning, thinking about where these other teams are, where they reside, how they're going to push in with this next circle. Are they going to be able to get the finish onto Dolphin? Dolphin manages to get an armor swap, I can see in the distance, but perhaps going to get pushed, but he's running towards other teams. Dolphin's just been such a nuisance throughout this entire game, and I think it's all going to come to an end, but not without going out without a bang, and there is a little bit of a bang, not enough. And that's going to be NCD finishing in 4th place, down to just 3 squads now.
Dolphin has been popping off this game. There's nothing more to be said about it, to be honest with you, but GYD do manage to eliminate the rat. Naski has to be extremely careful of avoiding those shots coming in from the last 2 teams alive, but they do have this height, and they also have 3 shots left in the Kraber, which is in the hands of Yuki. And I think that the other teams are aware. It has popped up in the kill feed a few times, so the likes of Scars Europe aren't going to be too willing to pop up their heads and give Yuki the free chance. I think it's CHMK who are the other team down on the low ground. So a very similar finish to what we saw in the match point format in North America at the playoffs. We've got our 3 teams all posturing for position. And the question is, who is going to be able to close it out?
And it's most important for Scars. I'd say CHMK and GYD have both already solidified their spot in the finals, but for Scars, they've still got work to do. There's the 145 from Yuki, but can anyone follow it up? It looks like just waits. The Gibby bombardment has come out. As Naski, Yuki, and Dell, they repositioned. They got away from their original spot. And now they just want to be the last team to fight here.
Well, it looks like CHMK, one player did get knocked while all of this was going down, and now Scars, they're trying to move in as well, but they don't have to overcommit to this. They are the furthest away from the other 2 teams. They can just let them fight, but Taishin says, I want these KP. I want to force our way inside of the top 10, and I want to get into that grand final. It's been a long road to this point here for Scars, but finally, when things need to happen, they get the job done. They left it late, but that's a huge, huge result for Scars.
What a massive game for Scars Europe, and that is bad news for the likes of Kick, the likes of Croissant, the likes of Avantgarde and Fire Beavers, who are all there around the top 10, but that should propel Scars Europe just about into that top 10. But they still need another good game, I would say, going into match number 12. But at least they put it in their own hands now with a 1st place along with KP. Massive, massive game for Scars. We knew they had it in them. They finally got the job done.
Yeah, just a bit of discipline towards the end game as well. Tashin just doing so much damage in that game, it felt like as well. Every time I saw the feed, he was just laying down shots for his team. This play, though, from Dolphin, this is a perfect example of how to milk a 1v1 situation. The other player got the Kraber in his hands. He managed to break his shields. He got an armor swap when he's only down to a few HP and then did not miss a bullet with that EVA 8 towards the end as well. And then from there, Dolphin just started going crazy, to be honest with you. He was just running around when there was about 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams in the area with the Kraber in his hands trying to do some crazy things. And to be honest with him, he got a lot of kills on the board for his team.
So what did I say before? I said I predict that Avantgarde or Kick will drop into the bottom 10. It was Avantgarde who finished in 13th, so they were the team that struggled most out of them and Kick. Actually, what Kick did really well after losing 2 players is they ratted, I think, up to 7th place. So they would have got some decent amount of placement points, which will really help try and solidify their position in the top 10. But Scars Europe, they're going to be rubbing their hands together saying, okay, I think we've pushed ourselves into the top 10 now. We just need to focus up and do exactly the same thing again.
All right, well, it's time for us to total up the scores, which means we're going to go for a quick break. And it is time then for our final game to kick off. It's been a pleasure to bring all the games to you to this point. One more game to go. We'll see you in just a few.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
You coulda had it all, you coulda had it all. All of my good stuff, all of my kisses were yours. But baby, don't call. I'm praying on you. A queen like me needs more from you. Hot girl summer, I'm waiting on you. Where my queen's at? And I appreciate that. Where my queen's at? I'm done waiting on you. I'm done waiting on you. Don't care if you judge me. Don't need you to love me. I dance on my own. I don't care if they watch me. You coulda had it all. You coulda had it all. You coulda had it all, but you didn't come right. You didn't come right. Now you wanna go and call me. I'm done praying on you. A queen like me needs more from you.
All right, 11 games gone to get us to this point, Dan. It's time for the final game of the semi-finals now. 2 days of action disappeared as quick as I can remember, but I mean, it's a very, very interesting game 11, which has led us up to this point. Scars Esports finally getting that win on the board and finally putting up the points that they've been so desperate for the last 11 games. And you can see 18 points for them is going to give them the catapult that they hopefully need to get inside of that top 10. Looking across some of those teams that you were talking about, Kick Esports getting inside of the top 10 though, Dan, with that solo player alive for so long.
Yeah, and you know, I'm looking at Scars Europe and 6 kills. I don't know if it's enough, you know, to bump them into the top 10, because Croissant also had a good game in 5th position, but we're going to have a look at the overall now. And there they are, 11th place, Scars Europe. 4 points behind. Yes, they got the victory. Yes, it was huge, but a lot of the victories we've seen have been combined with plus 10 kills. It was only the 6 kills for Scars Europe, but at least they've poised themselves with the opportunity now to break into that top 10 if they have another good game. But both Kick and Avantgarde find themselves at risk, as well as Croissant. They are the teams we're going to be focusing on. Kick, Avantgarde, Croissant, Scars Europe, maybe even Fire Beavers are in with a shout here, but you'd have to look at 13th and downward. Pretty unlikely they're going to break into the top 10 now.
Yeah, I just want to give a little shout out to NCD in that game that they just had as well, because they now lead the lobby in kills as well as, of course, points with 95 on the board. And when you are out slaying a team like Underrated, who have been flying at everyone, that's very, very impressive, very difficult to do. So Dolphin, I mean, big fan of your streams. You know, I'm a big fan of yours, and you know that I'm a big fan of your gameplay over the last couple of days. You've been absolutely frying alongside your teammates, but I mean, the 4-point margin, that is the talking point here. I mean, even with the win, Scars, not enough KP, and that's been the story for them up until this point, Dan.
I think the big point, or the big problem for Scars in that game was the likes of Kick and Croissant still had good games that were above them. That the ratting that we saw from Kick to be able to get 7th place and obviously position themselves in the top 10 with the overall points from that game was absolutely massive. If that crypto had gone down and they had finished in the bottom 5 and got 0 points in total, then we might have seen Kick just drop down to like 10th place as well. So they are very close. They are on the cusp of dropping out after a difficult day for them, which maybe will put them at a difficult position in this next game where they might struggle. I don't know. They might be one of those teams who thrives when their back is against the wall, and suddenly we might see Kick Esports explode a little bit. But it was Naski, Yuki, and Dell who were really asserting dominance over a lot of the lobby here, because these top 5, 6, now even 7 teams can just play with fire. They can do whatever they want because they're into the final at this point. They're not going to be walking away with nothing, and they can just ruin everyone else's day.
Yeah, I mean, that could well be the case. I mean, we'll take a look at the leaderboards again. Just I think we're having a little bit of a lobby reset once more, so it gives us the chance just to deep dive and make sure we set this game up as well as we possibly can. 11 games, gone up until this point, and this is where we stand. And Fire Beavers as well, still in with the chance, even though they're a little bit further behind, Dan. And even though we say, you know, it's only X amount of points, with only 1 game to go, that is a big gap to try and make up for Fire Beavers now.
Yeah, 9 points. Doable, but again, you need to rely on Croissant, Avantgarde, Kick to all struggle as well. So Fire Beavers definitely have the possibility to do so. They've had 32 kills across the tournament, so they can find the KP if they need it. But for Scars Europe, it's going to be that same story. If they do finish outside of this top 10, it's going to be because of lack of kills. Only 6 with that victory, which, for the most part, if you're consistent throughout a lobby, 6 kills is great if you're able to get a victory as well. But the trouble is, Scars have not been consistent throughout this tournament. They have not been able to find those victories or the KP. They need to dig deep now, and they need another game just like that one where they can balance it between KP and placement points, get themselves into that final, 4 or 5, and then have a little think, have a little look at who else is left in the lobby. Do we need to push for that extra KP now? There's going to be a lot of eyes on the kill feed throughout this game from several different teams. Kick are going to be looking to see whether Avantgarde get eliminated. Croissant are going to be looking to see whether Scars and Fire Beavers get eliminated. And if they do, suddenly you can just breathe a little bit. The blood starts flowing again and you're like, okay, we're going to be all right. But it's going to be a scary one for a lot of these teams. But for the top 7, I'd say new esports and above, congrats. You're pretty much in the grand final at this point.
Yeah, a great job from all of those teams, as you say, to be so consistent over 2 days of action. We'll take a look at the other semi-final as well, just to let you know what's going on there. Obviously, all these games have been running alongside the group that we've been broadcasting to you at home, and T-Rex still dominating at the top. What a performance it's been after 11 games from them. 128 points on the board, but a bit more of a discrepancy between the top and the lower moments of this game, Dan. You can see that Alliance in there behind on 122, but Solo Q Goats have managed to jump in as well.
Just 2 points ahead, Solo Q Goats, than Safely, who are in 11th, and 1872 as well in 12th. So that is going to be a very nervy game for Solo Q Goats, as well as OCN, who are only just a little bit ahead in terms of points. Yappers should be comfortable on 72, so we're looking at OCN, Solo Q Goats, Safely, and 1872. Maybe a late surgence from Uprising or a huge game from Le Site de France could push them into the top 10, but I doubt it with the discrepancy that we see between them and 10th place.
Yeah, Le Site de France certainly do have it all to do, but a disappointing day for them, and I think they just left it too late. I mean, you saw the results after day 1. Unfortunately for them, just too much of a gap, too much of a margin to have to make up from the position that they found themselves in. But I mean, Solo Q Goats, holding on to 10th place. I'm sure they've got a lot of fans, as I know they've got a lot of fans who will be wishing that they get through and manage to hold on, and hoping that Safely and 1872 and Uprising don't have a big game to really upset the apple cart. But I mean, you can see how strong that final lobby is going to be, Dan. I mean, we've got 20 teams and every single one of them just looks like a powerhouse.
I think what the scary thing is about this Group 2 is when you look at Disco Boys and how much Disco Boys dominated their previous round, and yet they've been humbled here by the rest of the lobby. I mean, look at the amount of points that have been scored. Compare that to the group we're currently watching. I mean, 128 points for T-Rex, 122 for Alliance. We've seen them absolutely slay out so far. We've seen some great consistency from these teams, and I think that's scary. If you're in Group 1, you look across at Group 2, you're like, oh, well, okay, there are some big boys that are going to be joining us when we get to that grand final.
Well, it's certainly going to be a grand final worthy of the name grand final. All these teams have had to battle it out. And I mean, when I say battle it out, I mean like scrap or have a war to get into that final 20. And we've been watching it over the last couple of days. And of course, the finals is going to be coming up very, very soon as well. So make sure you tune in for that. Of course, we're going to have North American stuff going on as well. Dan, I'm going to have to do something really unprofessional, by the way. I just need to quickly open my front door. Someone's knocking on it, and I don't know who it is. So I'll be back in 2 seconds.
That's fine.
Sorry, everyone.
And now the whole broadcast is here for Dan Gaskin. It's fine. Like, I don't actually need onset. See, this is what I've been trying to implement in broadcast for quite some time, chat. I do not want Mark with me. I want to be alone, because then I can give you the actual analysis that you need in Apex Legends. And what we've got coming up is a big game. This is going to be one of the best games of Apex Legends you've ever seen, because we're going to have about 3 or 4 teams really battling out to try and get into that top 10 as well. Oh, he's back.
You never know.
Don't tell him what we said.
You never know.
Don't tell him what we said. Don't tell him what we said.
I'm back. What did you say?
No,
what's the rebroadcast anyway? I mean, you're going to have to face up to it someday.
No, I was actually talking I was just talking about the game, really. We weren't talking about anything to do with you, so you are completely fine.
I'm going to watch the VOD. But I just want to get into the game. We're hearing that it's just, how about that? I want to get into the game. People listen, Dan. That's all we needed to do the whole time. Just say we wanted to get into the game, and it is time for our final game of the day to kick off. Go on.
So, the game had already started, but production decided, you know what, we're going to keep Dan Gaskin on the screen solo whilst Mark is off gallivanting to open his door. I see what you've done, production, there.
Gallivanting to open his door. I mean, God, jeez. Sorry, everyone. I don't know why someone was knocking on my door at this time of night as well.
Disgusting, isn't it, really?
These people.
How dare they?
Leave me to it. Let me live my life. Probably because I'm screaming at the top of my mouth, top of my lungs. But, I mean, stay positive and productive. That's the best way to sum things up. I think that is what I'm going to take away from this this game, and I think it's what a lot of teams who end up in the top 10 are going to take away from this game. But look at that circle as well, Dan. It's looking like it's going to be finishing to the north of Fragment West, maybe a little bit of Survey Camp as well. Epicenter, very similar circle to what we just saw Scars win. So a real opportunity for them once again to force their way into the top 10 and make this late run they're desperate for.
The great battle of 69 IQ and Reply Totem begins again. And after all the bagging that we saw earlier, I think they might have upset Totem Esports, because they have been on a warpath ever since those teabags arrived, and they don't want to allow 69 IQ to get back into things. And now as we see teams that are in the bottom 10 get eliminated in this game, that will be their tournament over, because they will have no chance of breaking into the top 10 without a good performance, of course. So Totem trying to ruin the day of 69 Esports, or 69 IQ, excuse me. And they are the bags that we were expecting.
I mean, if you're wondering what's happening here and you're watching Apex Legends for the first time, you're thinking, why are they doing what? Essentially, it's inventory management, okay? They're just making sure that they have an even amount of bullets in the inventory, because they're, as we all know, if you have an odd number, then it's weird, and, you know, it's weird. That's all I'm going to say. But 69 IQ Esports just making sure that they've got even numbers. See, 40 and 6. It's as simple as that. They understand, Dan. They understand what's going on.
I like that they're holding the ground, though, 69 Esports here. And they're saying, well, you might be teabagging our teammate here, but we're not going to go out without a little bit of a scrap, and a scrap they shall have. Smeggy Toe firing some shots across to Amaz, and Totem will say, hold on, they're re-peaking this, let's go. But there's a lot of noise being generated. This is a very elongated fight, and here comes the money, or the third party, because they're going to be getting involved as well, and they're going to be coming behind Totem here.
They're just waiting as well. So much trigger discipline. You can see them moving up. Finally, one bullet does get fired, and now Totem Esports are having to hit the ejector seat. Smeggy Toe is going to be queued past by Tycoon, and Sharp's trying to move in as well. Gets one knock, gets two. And to be honest with you, I think Totem Esports don't care about what happens right now. You can see Sharp was just trying to turn around and go for the disrespect play. He was going for the teabag, and that unfortunately will mean that Amaz will be the last player alive. Triple take shots are ringing out as he moves his way towards the dome. But I think that's job done for Totem. They're through to the finals. They're going to be very happy. And also, they have finally, I think, won the war as far as the battle for that drop spot is concerned.
Oh, very much so. That's all they wanted to achieve. As soon as they heard the bullets coming from behind, they just wanted to push up. But Aquilix White may be smelling blood here and recognizing they need the biggest games of their lives if they're going to be able to get anywhere near that top 10. I'm going to spoiler it for you. They're not going to get there because they are 35 points behind top 10. So they would need to kill the entire lobby, as well as winning the game to realistically be able to get there. But, you know, go out with a bang, try and do what you can, try and ruin everyone else's day.
I mean, all I heard there was you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah, very, very, very slim chance.
You're
Yes.
saying there's a chance. Well, it's going to have to be something magical. Succubus now try and move in on this building as well. You can see one of their teammates, unfortunately, has been knocked. There's going to be a silence going in as well. It's going to do a little bit of damage as well. So hitting direct into that window, the abilities won't be able to be used. And now it's just going to be straight gunfire, and it's good enough to drop that player onto his back for a few moments. Xako trying to move in now, and he's going to hit some nice beams. He's actually going to get a knock as well. And Robenkov finished that off, and somehow the player managed to slide past him. And now finally does get the job done. So it's going to be Croissant. You do manage to win that fight just about, but it got a little bit scary there.
Very scary, especially when you're Croissant and you're in 10th position, only 4 points ahead of Scars. Every time a team pushes you, you're kind of crossing your fingers and hoping it's not one of these top teams that are just trying to ruin everyone else's day, hoping it's not an underrated with the Revenant, it's not a NCD who are suddenly on a slaying mission. As we move across to Na'Vi, who also need a miracle if they were to get to the top 10, and I don't think it's going to happen. Strafey is already down, Nesh is now going to fall, and it looks like Na'Vi's tournament is going to come to a bitter end, and it's going to be at the hands of Scars. And it's a couple of kills that Scars very much need on set, because although they've had that victory in the last game, they are still just outside of the top 10, 4 points adrift.
I find it really weird when you call me Onset for some reason. It's like my dad's telling me off. You know what I mean? It's just like it's like one of those names. I don't know why. Oh, Taishin, you got to be careful here though, buddy. And now he's going to be forced to take this 1v1. His teammate is going to be above him to try and give him a bit of cover. And this player is actually going to help him out a little bit as he's going to be jumping into the void to escape and survive once more, Kuya. But that was a little bit of a misplay there, unfortunately, coming out from Taishin, and could have really hurt them had he not been able to get back up into that position. So all good, though, for Scars at the start of this game. A few KP on the board, and the crazy Octane man himself, Dolphin, once again on the prowl.
NCD are terrifying, and they are relentless in their pushes. And is this a Totem versus Totem? A Totem has been used. It's underrated versus NCD. It's what all the fans wanted to see. It's Revenant versus Revenant. It looks like underrated seemed to be the team coming out on top at the moment. And that was just an explosion of aggression. And underrated win the Revenant battle.
I mean, they're more practiced. They're more well-versed in it. They've been doing it for the last 2 days, and it looked like it was Dolphin and crew trying to give them a taste of their own medicine. Unfortunately, they're the ones who were giving out the prescriptions as Kick now. This is a massive moment in this game. Kick trying to move in. Shots being missed here, and it's going to be all up to Jakku, who manages to get the res, and also, more importantly, has the gold bag to work with. But that Thermite is going to be hurting, and now you're going to have an EMP coming in from another team as well. And Jakku ADSing, trying to do what he can, and will get the beacon, should be able to get the armor swap as well. And this battle is absolutely massive, and they're doing such a good job to stabilize and keep the pressure on.
Fighting for their tournament lives are Kick, and they've just about stayed up. Big, big moment there for Kick, and that gold backpack was massive. But Horizon and the rest of the boys underrated on the horizon, looking to get involved here and maybe ruin Kick's day. Kick are in 8th position, but they're only on 70 points. They're only 8 points ahead of 11th place. So if Avantgarde, Croissant and Scars were all finish above them, Kick could find themselves dropping out of that top 10. They've only got 2 players left. They weren't able to get that 3rd player back up, but maybe they were able to grab the banner, so they might be able to pick him up a little bit later on in this game.
With all the carnage that's been going down, though, getting into that top 10 is going to be a little bit easier for them. And you can see there's a few teams who've only got partial players alive. Totem Esports only with the 1. Na'Vi only with the 1. Kick, like we mentioned, with 2 players now. So getting into that top 10 might not be as difficult a challenge as it might have been for if the lobby was a little bit more full and the teams themselves were full rosters. So we can see some late rotations being made as well, down from the very southern side of the map. 3rd Impact now in a little bit of trouble, but only momentarily, because the trouble was more on the side of Fire Beavers, and that is going to be Fire Beavers eliminated from the game. So that will be the end of their tournament. Unfortunately, the LCQ winners for the ALGS Championship will not be making it through to the GLL Masters Spring Final.
Yeah, that's a shame. They were 9 points behind Croissant, and of course, with Croissant still in the game, they are not going to be able to catch them out. So, A shame when you're going up against Third Impact of all teams, one of the most consistent teams that we've had in the lobby, but a little bit of a drop from Third Impact after being top of the leaderboard for so long. They're currently in 5th coming into this game, but one big game could take them up to 1st going into the grand final. Of course, it doesn't really matter too much if you're 1st or 10th, you just got to get into the final. And now for Underrated, well, they're carrying on their warpath, carrying on their aggression, but who is on the other side of it? Here comes So. Onto the bounce pad, into the Gibraltar, bullets raining down, and Kick Esports on the receiving end. Not good news for them. The first member eliminated. Can the second get away? Has to survive here to give Kick a chance of staying in that top 10.
And does survive. I mean, unfortunately for Denze, he's got no shields to work with. He's got to run through the zone, and you have to worry if he's got any meds to play with as well, because he doesn't have a helmet. Let's find a med kit, though, and that could be massive. Just opening one pill and finding a med kit and a shield. I mean, that is the RNG gods looking down on you. For Kick Esports, you got to have a big smile on your face, but still work to do here for the solo player. And you can see that Denze taking no chance. He's taking the longest route possible to get back into zone and happy to take some damage along the way.
It was Denze who ratted last game as well when Kick were under a little bit of fire in the early stages and got them all the way down to 7th. And there are a few players who have been left on their own without their team as we are on board with another little ratty rat, and it's Totem Esports. Doesn't really matter too much for them in terms of getting further into this game. They've already secured their spot into the grand finals, but certainly will want to go in a little bit higher than some of the rest of the lobby. He heard there was a couple of players nearby, and he, like a deer in headlights, just stopped still, hoping that he wasn't noticed.
A little bit of calm, finally, as Totem Esports have that final player alive, Amaz, on the Octane, who managed to escape that battle, the war, the conflict that is happening around launch site and has happened around there for the last 2 days between them and 69 IQ Esports. Now he's going to have to make that rotation with the zone at his back, but he's going to be very comfortable to do so as the Octane just gliding through the air. Wonderful work from the observing team. Big smiles on their faces, I'm sure.
I can appreciate that. A man who knows how to play an Octane. And Octane really has changed the meta ever since that bounce pad difference. Being able to crouch into it just to elongate the distance that you can get. We've just seen so much more aggression from certain teams. It honestly was a little bit, at times, unenjoyable on Kings Canyon when you just had Revenant and Octane jumping at you every single game.
It was unenjoyable. It's okay to say that.
Slightly different on World's Edge. You don't necessarily have the freedom to just jump on every single person you see, although I'm sure people will try that if World's Edge does end its way back into the ranked rotation. As this circle now closes, and we'll get a glimpse at the next one, which a couple of teams already know where it's going to be, just surrounding Epicenter on the edges of Survey Camp as well.
It's okay to say that.
Slightly different on World's Edge. You don't necessarily have the freedom to just jump on every single person you see, although I'm sure people will try that if World's Edge does end its way back into the ranked rotation. As this circle now closes, and we'll get a glimpse at the next one, which a couple of teams already know where it's going to be, just surrounding Epicenter on the edges of Survey Camp as well. And for Scars, they are already there, just around Epicenter. They are going to be the team that really are the threatening team to try and break that top 10.
I mean, I'm just looking across right now, and I'm trying to see where Kick Esports are, and I think that might be a solo player around Train Yard. I'm just seeing there. Just zoom out a little bit. Yes, indeed. They managed to get Denze back up. The power of crypto. However, the question is, are they going to have enough meds? There should be a crafting station there for them to craft some meds, you would imagine. Although, looking across, yes, there is a crafting station there, so they should be able to craft a few med kits to survive for now. However, this is a slightly concerning moment for Kick. However, Denze in the last 2 games has been nothing short of heroic if you're a Kick fan.
Yeah, he's done really well to survive and now get his teammate back up and timing the med kit perfectly. That's good to see, but you're on a long old journey now. Oh, purple armor. That's perfect to find in a death box, and hopefully lots of meds to work with as well. Maybe things aren't looking too bad for Kick after all. They'll be having a look on that kill feed. They'll be looking at Avant-Garde. They'll be looking at Croissant, because even if Kick were to have a bad game here, as long as Avant-Garde or Croissant have a worse game, then they should still finish within that top 10. even if Scars were to overtake them after them having potentially a good game here. Naski, Yuki, and Dell down to 2, but make that 3. Yuki gets picked back up. And they were one of the teams that was really causing trouble for a lot of others in the previous game, but it seems like they're under a little bit of fire here. Naski having to back off.
Shot's going to be exchanged, not too many hitting, and unfortunately Yuki will fall as well, so the Horizon player is down, and Naski a little bit separated from his team, but does have this nice head glitch on this rock to play with, and now all of a sudden starts hitting big shots as well, and he's absolutely beaming at the moment as the Gibraltar will be taken down to just a slither of HP as well. So great example of how to hold for a teammate there, but Third Impact not discouraged by that now, keeping the aggression on, keeping their foot on the gas and still trying to close this ground and push up, and they're being forced to as well, as Ballon hits a nice shot with a triple take as well because the zone is at their back.
We're still seeing a lot of aggression from these kind of top 5 teams who can be relentless, can play without any fear. And that makes things even more difficult for those teams who are trying to break into the top 10. Third Impact now with the high ground, just trying to do as much damage as possible, be a real nuisance, scouting out, seeing if there's any free KP anywhere. And I wonder how the likes of Scars are doing. GYD look like they're going to get taken down. That's going to be Dell eliminated. So now just 10 teams left. Kick, Croissant, Avantgarde, Scars. They're the 4 teams that are really in for those top 10 positions. And realistically, only one of them is going to fail to get into it.
Aqualix White just trying to pick off this solo player, and I tell you what, if this is a Totem Esports solo player, then this is the longest chase for a solo. It's not, it's actually Kick Esports. So Aqualix, even though not in position to qualify really, could deny Kick Esports qualification. However, Kick are inside of that top 10 now, as we're down to the last 9 teams alive. But most important for the rest of the lobby who are trying to qualify is denying them any more points whatsoever. So Aqualix have to be careful here not to throw their lives away and give them to Kick. Or other teams will be hoping that, I should say. Scars Europe now on the patrol as well. Prowler in the hands of Mande as well. So he's going to be so dangerous up close.
And Scars just need to keep a keen eye on the kill feed as well. If they notice a chance that they can take the likes of Croissant or Avantgarde or Kick out of the game, they go for it. Denze's been taken down elsewhere. And potentially this could be the end for Kick if there is not a final remaining player. Of course, there was 2. And there is going to be the final player. Are you going to stay alive? Can you just pick up some extra placement points by getting into that top 7? Already by finish 8th to 10th, you would have achieved 2 points. And there are your final 9 teams at the moment. So Avantgarde, Croissant, Kick, and Scars Europe. Those are the teams that are really battling for these top 10 position. Legion Boys in a little bit of trouble as well right now. Looks like they're going to be in a difficult spot to try and escape it. Manages to get away, does Nook, but it's going to be a difficult situation for him now in potentially a 1 versus 3.
It's underrated once again, who are being aggressive, putting the pressure on, but Ox has managed to get away here. And you can see Mande in the kill feed as well, taking out Desert UK. That's one of the teams that were in that high area across the top of Epicenter. Now Nook using that opportunity with the fighting going down to try and get away, but Jazaz in position there to take him out of Third Impact. The eagle eye overlooking everything that lays before them.
Yeah, that's Legion out, so no heroic story for them to get into the top 10 either.
Kick's still
so
alive,
realistically, realistically, it's just going to be Scars to upset this top 10. It's going to be about who drops, though, if Scars are able to break into it. Is it going to be Kick? Is it going to be Avantgarde? Is it going to be Croissant? As now Aqualix White trying to shake things up a little bit. Bubble goes down. Frostock's taking some real damage. Underrated are doing some work elsewhere just to pick up kills. And they are really shaking up this lobby. Down to just 7 now as RPR gets another bit of KP for Scars. It's very important, but they still haven't seen some of the big teams that they're ahead of them get eliminated from the game just yet. Rats ahoy.
Octane still alive here for Kick. My word. What a job they have done in utter shambles, it must be said, for the 95% of this game to get into the top 7. And a huge shout out to Denze from Kick for what he's managed to do, not just in this game, but in the last game as well, to get them into the position to qualify. Without the crypto, you feel like maybe they wouldn't be able to secure their own fate. But for Scars Europe, still on the outside of Epicenter now.
You see a team up on the high ground, underrated underneath, and Seaback from Kick in the rat spot of all rat spots behind that pill. And he's going to be safe for now. You can see other teams have lines of sight on each other. No one really has a line of sight on him.
So top 7 for all these teams. That's 3 points already secured via placement. But of course, there's going to be KP to come into the equation as well. Avantgarde still alive, as are Scars, as are Kick. Can I see Croissant? That's the real question, because that is also a team who definitely are going to be in the equation here as well. Cyback has just such a big responsibility to try and stay alive for Kick Esports. If he can get up into the top 5 and secure 1 extra placement point, that could be the difference to keep Kick in the lobby. There is Croissant, excuse me. Another team who will be trying to fight for their lives here. So the 4 teams that we were saying are all going to be contesting these top 10 spots are all still alive in the top 7 here, Mark. And that is not good news for Scars. Scars need to see one of these 3 teams above them drop.
Well, RPR has made a portal. They've made their play right now. And it might have actually been a jump pad to get to the position they find themselves in. They've got a team to their left, which is just a solo player, actually, I believe. Actually, it's a full team. And all of a sudden, the teams are forced into each other now. And I think I've just seen the last player from Kick Esports fall. So Kick are out. They were in 9th place. It looks like Croissant's still alive as well. 3rd Impact, the team who are currently in 3rd place in the leaderboards. Well, they're overlooking everything that's going on in front of them. They don't mind who kills who. They are more than happy to watch the carnage unfold as 3rd Impact now on the low ground have managed to take control of this Prowler.
I saw Scars on the receiving end in the kill feed as well. They may have been eliminated. Kick still down to just 1 player, and that should be enough to solidify their spot in the top 10, because I think Scars may have lost all 3 of their players. It's not a good situation for Scars. I don't know if they've been able to get into it. Kick will lose their last, underrated down to just 2, but should be able to pick up with a gold backpack. 4 squads left now. Carnage unfolding on World's Edge. Underrated just trying to stay alive here behind the shields, trying to pick up some KP. I think Croissant have done enough to survive here as well. A huge game from them on set.
Croissant pushing in and trying to finish things off here, pick up the KP they would need to guarantee themselves position inside of the top 10. They have been clutch when it matters so far in the GLL Masters Spring semi-finals for Europe and 3rd Impact. While all of this has been going on in front of them, they haven't really been too concerned with who is going to join them. They have just been concerned with trying to win this game.
What a huge game from Avantgarde as well to just hold their spot in the top 10 as Plushka will push in with the Eva 8. Some extra KP for there as well as the armor swap onto TI. And Avantgarde and Croissant both getting into the upper echelons of this game is terrible, terrible news for Scars.
Well, here comes the push from Underrated as well. They pad in, they try and do some damage. Swinny gets taken down to 1 HP. He's trying desperately to run away. Horizon, as the last player alive here, is trying to do what he can as well, hoping another team is going to be pushing in. He is the last solo alive. It's the last player, and not the first time that we've seen Horizon try and clutch up in a last moment situation, but Avantgarde will win the final game. They will secure their qualification to the finals with that win. But what a crazy, crazy last game that was, all the way down to the wire. 12 games, Dan, to decide who the top 10 was. And I mean, it went down to the final moments.
It's not good news, I don't think, for Scars Europe. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Unless they got an insane amount of KP that I couldn't see on screen. Because they had a pretty good game. They got, I think, top 6. Which you'd think, all right, that's decent consistency. But unfortunately for them, Croissant, who are above them, just, of course, came top 4. Avantgarde, who are above them, just won the game. And Kick Esports, above them, finished top 5. So I don't even think Scars Europe are going to be able to break in. They were already 4 points short of Croissant. We, of course, will get the totals, but I don't think it's going to be good news. Crazy that the 4 teams that were really competing at the lower end of the top 10 all got into that final circle. Just a real shame for Scars that as they found consistency, so did the other teams around them.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good game. The problem was the teams above them had an even better one. It is as simple as that. T1 doing a good job towards that end game as well, just to do a lot of damage. Seaback doing a huge, huge job. Him and Denze are saving the day, to be honest for you, for Kick Esports after the game just seemed to be falling away from them in those early moments. This was these final moments as well. You saw Avantgarde clutching up and solidifying their spot into what will be a crazy grand final lobby. Beautiful shots with the R9 to close things out. A little bit of slow motion action just to add to the effect of it as well. But I mean,
Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's just not enough words to really describe what we've seen. 12 games, and the fact that it comes down to those final few moments, and those teams who needed to perform did perform just well enough to solidify themselves. And you got to say for Scars, you know, it's all well and good saying, oh, it's unfortunate the teams that were involved, they're 12 games. Unfortunately, on day one, they just didn't turn up. Day two, things a lot better for them, but you got to be consistent across the 2 days. The
saving grace for Scars could be if they had an 8 or 9 kill game. Obviously difficult to tell switching from the POVs. I can only see a couple of players with a couple of kills. If they had a big KP game, there is still a possibility, just to make you all just even a little bit more tense as we wait to find the results. But the fact that Croissant had a huge game was obviously detrimental to Scars, because they were the closest competitor. They were only 4 points behind them. Avantgarde, then their next closest. There's no way Avantgarde are going to drop after a victory, of course. So it's all going to be down to whether Scars picked up a lot of kills and Croissant or Kick really struggled with the amount of kills, which you could say Kick did struggle with the amount of kills because they were ratting for the majority of the game, but I'd say that Kick should have done enough.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing, isn't it? Is the fact that we saw that Kick really didn't pick up any kills. They were just trying to survive. They were just trying to pull together any kind of resource to get towards that end game. But I mean, I got to give a huge amount of, a huge amount of credit to Avantgarde and the way that, yes, they've been inconsistent, but it's been brilliant or it's been bad. It's been nothing between the two. It's been, wins, it's been second places, or it's been 16th or 18th. And it's been crazy to see a team come into a lobby which has so much talent in it. And, with all due respect to these players, they're not players who have made a huge amount of finals so far. They haven't been dominating in the top 5 of Europe. And to be able to win games in these kind of lobbies, I think says a huge amount about the talent start the sentence again. Says a huge amount about the talent, Dan. There we go. Thank you. To cover it up with that. It's in Europe at the moment, and the talent that is on this team, because, the crazy players and the crazy teams that we have in there that were fighting out for those last moments, they still managed to clutch up.
The fact that they've done it when their back's against the wall as well, I think, is what shows more about how good a performance that was, because they would have felt the likes of Scars breathing down the neck. If Croissant, for example, had overtaken them and Scars had had a good game, then Avantgarde could have quite easily fallen out of that top 10. All those 4 teams would have been keeping an eagle eye on that kill feed, and I'm sure several times they would have gone, Kick have lost a player. Kick have got another player back. Kick have lost a player. Kick have not another player back. Kick are still alive. How are Kick still alive? And it's frustrating when you want other teams to fail, but that's what happens across 12 games. If you haven't put the game in your own hands and you're relying on other teams to get knocked out ahead of you, then you are going to be keeping your eyes on that kill feed and getting a little bit frustrated when other teams haven't gone down. But as I say, it's going to have to have been a big KP game from Scars, which history doesn't suggest they were able to achieve that, because they've not been able to get a big KP game at all throughout these semi-finals. The most they found was, 6 kills, I believe, and that was in their victory game. Any of the other games where they were finishing a little bit lower, it was kind of 3 or 4 kills max, and that's not going to be enough for them.
We're just waiting for the scores to be tallied up right now. Excuse me once again. Sorry, I have been a bit under weather for the last couple of days, so now I'm good. Okay, so just to highlight something to everyone who's watching at home, there might be a tiebreaker format that we're going to be looking at, but it might not be as well. So I will read the rule out if we get to that, but just to build the suspense a little bit more. So, match 12, underrated, put up 27 points. They killed everyone. Again, 18 kills for underrated. And they only finished in 9th. There were still 7 teams alive ahead of them. Anyway, 8 teams alive ahead of them. Avantgarde, though, that was the performance, though. 21 points on the board. Scars Europe, though, Dan, only 4 kills on the board. You feel it's not going to be enough. Well, they were 4 points behind Croissant as their closest competitor, and Croissant got 10 points in that game, 3 more than they did, and Kick got the same amount of points as Scars Europe. So, spoiler alert, Scars Europe have not done enough. It is not going to be a good news when we look at these overall standings. They finish in 11th place, 7 points short of the top 10 in the end. Massive congratulations to our top 10 who will move on to the grand finals. Croissant and Kick will hold on. Avantgarde actually pushed themselves up to 6th in the end. But what a great semi-final it was. Some amazing performances across the board. Majority of it from teams that we do know and players that we know can perform. But as you say, Avantgarde stepping up when they needed to. And underrated, 76 kills
to their name. Next closest is 59 from NCD. So that shows what their game plan was. Essentially coming in today, and they executed it absolutely perfectly as well. 117 points. But again, surprises, upsets, whatever you want to call them. The fact that we aren't seeing Scars Europe, the likes of Na'Vi, consistent teams who've been making it to the finals in the ALGS, just again shows that there is all of this talent coming through in the Apex Legends competitive scene, and it's wonderful to see. So if you want to be that next team who's going to be pushing into these finals, into these semi-finals, and taking that step, please, get involved. You can see all of the detailed leaderboards over at play.gll.gg. So many tournaments go on at the moment. Make sure you get involved and you sign up yourselves, because you could be one of these teams who really is taking it to the next level. But this is the total leaderboard for Group 2 as well. T-Rex qualifying top of the leaderboard, 128 points. Let's see De France not making it through though, Dan, but Solo Q Goats will be in the final. Shiv fans, you'll be able to see him.
Yeah, I think we gave away a spoiler earlier when we showed the leaderboard. It was actually from the end results of the game when I was saying like 128 points after 10 games. What's going on? But it was after 12. This lobby was a little bit ahead of us, but quite rightly so. Shiv, #free Shiv, 10th place. They move on to the grand finals alongside the likes of OCN, Yappers, Ethics, Disco Boys, Gambit, Major Pushers, Nessie, Alliance, and T-Rex. We are set up for an amazing grand final in GLL Spring, excuse me. Summer was the last one, where we are going to get the best teams in Europe going toe-to-toe in what will surely be an immense 20-team lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. That's going to be happening tomorrow, I believe, on April 30th. So make sure you tune in for that. It's going to be 7 o'clock Central Eastern European Time PM. So make sure you're there for that. It's going to be, like you say, Dan, an absolute slobber knocker of a lobby. I can't even speak. I don't know why I went for that kind of sentence. I've been trying to get through sentences and failing for the last 20 minutes. But it's been an absolute pleasure, Dan, to cast alongside you. Hopefully everyone who's been watching has been enjoying the action. It's always a pleasure to work with GLL, all the production, everyone behind the scenes, observers, done an absolutely fantastic job. But most importantly, thank you to the players for putting on the show for you at home, and thank you to you for watching. And until next time, that's going to do it. We'll see you soon.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah. 'Cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sit. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. Haha. Never have to worry if I have enough dough. Fashion show out in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on the yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. A bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money.